Even if it's just us in the pre-K.
Good morning again. So Barry is here, your first candidate, and we scheduled at 8 o'clock. Let me just ask if the board needs anything. Now's the time to get it, water, coffee, whatever.
Good, bathroom?
I'm going to be hanging in the back, so if you have anything that may come up, if you need advice.
Tap if we're doing something wrong. Give us a
Yeah,
so.
give us a nervous
No,
exam.
don't do that, don't do that, no.
No, you're good. So I'm going to bring Barry in.
Okay.
All right. We'll get started.
Here we go.
I know.
Questions on what you're setting in case you need to refer to.
Okay. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you all this morning?
Good. You found the coffee and tea and stuff out there?
Yeah, I grabbed the water for right now.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, board members, you guys' audio is now live and you guys are on YouTube, so.
All right. And then,
So no bad jokes.
so, Alan, between, do we just need to go and pause it? What do we do, or just let it run?
I would assume you'd want to pause it.
Yeah.
And so, Ross, come here real
You're
quick.
welcome. Feel like I'm
Thank you.
in class.
Yep, there you go.
And I'll be around, so I'll just turn it off on the side and kind of pay attention, make sure it keeps going.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
All right, Barry,
Thanks,
are you ready?
Well, ready or not,
All
here I
right.
am. So what I handed out to you is a rough draft or an outline of what I think my first 90 days could employ. I will admit there's going to be a heck of a lot of learning curve for me on some stuff. So, but I'm willing to take that challenge on and move forward. So.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and get started with the first
Alrighty.
question if you're ready.
I am.
All right, the first one is please tell us about your interest to be Haxton's next superintendent.
Okay, so if you were, a lot of you were last night, so my wife actually made me aware of the opening and read through it, and I thought I was looking for something new, something for a challenge, and decided that I don't know if I'm really what you're looking for, but I'll give it a shot and apply and see where it goes from there. And it's the more I've started to delve into things and look at things, the more intrigued I am about what the challenge could be for me personally, but how to grow as a leader, how to grow in a new out of comfort zone, so to speak. My career has all been in Nebraska, so I got to get used to how things go in Colorado. But looking forward to the opportunity to try. So.
Thank you.
What is your definition of a successful student, and how would you ensure that each student reaches his or her potential while also meeting the state and district standards requirements?
A successful student is one who walks out of your building with the foundational skills and abilities to move forward in the career path or future they choose to go into. That is a successful student. I myself am worried about me trying to meet those standards because that's what we are checked on all the time. However, our standards and the student standards may be different, so we kind of need to come to a mutual ground as to what that means. And I have always told students that since I've been a teacher or whatever, I don't expect every student to be an A-B student. I expect every student to be at least a C student. You gotta meet the standard, and hopefully you, as you're working towards being that C student, you get those A's and B's and you figure out that, hey, that's not so hard, I can do that, and you keep working and you push yourself and you grow. But the ones I'm worried about are the ones that don't do as well. So I might gravitate towards those as a person or as a teacher, and how can I help you? What can we do to get you on the right track? Because what you're doing here is important, not only for now, but for your future. Right now, I'm in an area that's very high poverty, and trying to get kids to understand that education is a great way to get out of high poverty is tough, because they're not worried about going to math class or English class or any of that every day. They're worried, might be worried about, where's my next meal coming from, or where am I sleeping tonight, or what's mom and dad doing tonight, or those kind of things. So you just got to create relationships with those kiddos and push them and help them get to that level that we would like to see them at before they walk out the door.
How do you meet the needs of all students to ensure that our district graduates have the skills to be competitive, whether they seek further education or they want to directly enter into the workforce?
It kind of piggybacks off the last one a little bit. That's a cooperative effort. As the superintendent or leader in the district, it's my job to set the standards and expectations for administration and staff to meet the needs of our students and help them move forward in their futures. Not every kid is going to be a college-bound kid. Been doing this over 30-some years. I haven't seen every kid go to college. I've seen quite a few go into the workforce. So you find those interests, you find those key points that help a kid determine what they think they want to do, and you encourage those things. If it's something they really like to do and they're pretty darn good at it, push them in that direction. A lot of times they'll find something they can move on and do well beyond high school, but they still have to have those foundational skills. They still have to have that foundational education built with them to be able to move on and be successful.
What strategies would you use to maintain a positive school climate and culture that encourages creativity while meeting the academic needs of all students according to state standards?
The key there is relationships. It really is. If you want a strong culture, a strong guidance towards the culture, you got to have solid relationships or good, positive, professional relationships amongst your staff. We're all not going to agree on everything we do. Sometimes when you get a state standard sent to you, you kind of go, really? How am I going to make this fit where I am? But you figure out a way to do it. It takes a lot of cooperation, it takes a lot of teamwork, it takes working together, but that can't happen if you don't have good relationships amongst your staff and amongst your students and your staff and with your students. So try to do it that way. Try to build relationships first and then build that foundation and then work on going the direction that the standards want us to go.
Will you please describe your leadership style and how it has been successful in your past experiences, including an example of how you came to successful conflict resolution? What would you improve about your leadership style?
That last part, successful resolution, kind of got me. I am a person who likes to make sure we are all on the same page. We're all working, pulling the same direction. If we're not in concert, then that kind of bothers me a little bit, and so I try to find ways to get everybody on the same page and working together. What I have found is there are times when I need to manage the person and times I need to direct the person. So if there's a conflict between staff members, for example, sometimes you want to let adults try to be adults and figure it out. And sometimes you need to step in and say, no, this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna have to each give a little bit here and make it work for everybody so we can get done what we need to get done and reach our goal. I had a situation in my past where I tried to let the adults work it out and it failed miserably. And there's a lot of bad things that happened because of that, and so lesson learned. As I had any more of those things that popped up, I made sure I sat down and we talked through the problem and we worked out how we could all approach making it work for everybody, so.
Please present and give us an overview of your 90-day plan. Please emphasize the salient points within your plan.
Okay, I think as I handed that out, the theme you will see throughout is to continue to build relationships and stuff. Those are something you work on daily. Things I've learned about trust, or trust is something that is worked on daily, and when trust is broken, you go back to rule number 1 and you work on your trust and try to keep building it up. So it's a lot about collaboration. It's a lot about finding out where my deadlines are, what I need, what things I need to meet, who do I need to work with. I do know that, coming up in the next few months is an audit, so I want to make sure we're in on that and we take care of that business. And then it's just working through and trying to figure out where everything is, what's really working well, what maybe we could tweak and do better, what do we need to do to keep the district moving in a positive direction, and then looking at the data that tells me where we are academically and maybe some areas we could improve there. But it's more about, the biggest thing is establishing and getting to know people and building relationships and see where we're at.
Give a detailed example of an innovative program you've established in the last 2 years and the process you used to establish it.
Innovative program. That one's a tough one. Well, just over this recent things in my district right now, working on ways to cut down on the amount of paper that has to go through the district. It's can be a very expensive thing. So, working through some different programs with some different folks to make a lot of our paperwork become online and so forth. When I got to where we're at, we were doing a lot of paper pencil requisitions and so forth. We were able to move those to an online and increase the process and become more efficient. Looking at where things are, there were some things I wanted to get done that might have been more innovative that I'm just not going to be able to get done. So,
Understanding that resources are limited, explain how you would establish an effective budget that maintains a variety of curricular and extracurricular programs for students, retain quality staff, and ensure the district remains fiscally sound for the future.
there's a lot in that.
I
There's a
know,
lot
you got
packed
right
into
there
that
if you need
question.
to look. Number 8.
A lot packed into that
That
question. Yeah. So, one of the main jobs, one of the main goals or jobs is to provide a fiscally responsible budget for a school district. And a fiscally responsible budget does all of those things that you're talking about right there. But keeping in mind the priorities of what are we here for and why do we need to do it. So where's our balance? I know that activities are always important, very important to a lot of students, so you got to be able to make sure you have the ability to offer those things. But you need a solid curriculum, you need a strong staff to teach, so you've got to build all those things in there. So you start with what do we have available, what do we need, how do we prioritize, and you watch that throughout the year. And that's kind of some of the things I'm learning about how the budget can be done here versus how it's done where I am, is there seems to be a lot more checkpoints, which I like. And I think that can help you to, as you're going through the checkpoints, determine, hey, we're doing pretty good in this area, but we need to maybe shift some things around it. And with governmental accounting, you're gonna have to look at where can I shift at times versus, because you don't always, I can't go out and sell my students to get more money, you know, so I've got to figure out how to use the funds and the abilities, the resources that we have. But prioritizing is going to be big. So, you know, is our curriculum 20 years, 30 years old and needs updated? You know, that would be a priority. We want to pull up our education. Is it a high quality curriculum? You want to make sure you do that, and then support the staff. Okay, if we're implementing a new curriculum, let's make sure we have the trainings and things necessary so the curriculum can be implemented correctly. So building the budget from those priorities makes the biggest difference.
Thank you.
What strategies would you employ to attract and retain quality teachers and support personnel and administrators?
That was a underlying theme last night. I you know, having worked in rural schools pretty much my whole career, the biggest thing I think we need to do is advocate for what the positives are. You know, one of the kids last night was like, "Do you support a 4-day week?" And I was like, "You betcha, I started a 4-day week." So I said, I'm fully in support of a 4-day week. And that can be an attractive tool to get teachers to say, hey, look, we're on a 4-day week. There's going to be some, you know, we always had ours was Fridays. So we always had one Friday a month. It was a PD day, PD and planning. You know, half the day was professional development. Half the day was planning and whatever you needed to do. You can build those kind of things in. You're not missing educational or instructional time because you know you didn't have school that day already. You're not having to worry about subs. You're not having to worry. It lends itself to helping support your teachers. So you can do those kind of things, but you can also, can be a selling point to a teacher who doesn't want to work a 5-day week. Now, having worked 4-day weeks and having worked 5-day weeks, both of my kids, they would love to go back to a 4-day week. Their districts just don't support that right now, so they're not there. But everybody, and you know, being an administrator of a 4-day week, I'm like, yeah, 4-day week's great. So but there's a lot of trade-offs too. You know, you got to make sure you're meeting the hours you need to meet for instructional time, and making sure that when things are being pulled away, that there's supports there for kids and teachers to make sure that we're still getting the education done with one less day. You know, but it's also can be a cost-saving measure for a district too. So when you're talking about a budget, but we as rural groups need to advocate what are the positives that come in here. You know, if you're somebody who wants a play every week or something like that, that's not going to happen out here. But if you're somebody who wants a little more room to grow, you want to be able to get to know your neighbors a little bit better, feel like more of a team or a family, small rural schools are a great place to be.
Can you give us an example of what compass you use in your personal and professional life? What guides you as a leader?
My compass is my faith. I trust the things I've been going through this year have been challenging, and my faith has got me through it. My other compass is my family. They keep me alive. What guides me as my leader is what's the right thing to do. What's best for kids. What's best for staff. What's best for district. Kids, staff, district. Those are my top three guiding principles. And anybody in education that I've ever worked with, known, anything, kids are always number one. So.
Tell us how you communicate with students, parents, taxpayers, and community leaders. Please describe your style and share specific details. How do you establish two-way communications?
I prefer what we're doing right now. Face-to-face, getting out and meeting with people. I am not one who likes to stay in the office all day, and there are days you got to do that, but I would really rather be one that gets out and about and walks around the hallways, gets to see and know kids, get my face to them so they understand that I'm an important person in their career education here. Stop in a classroom, observe what a teacher's doing, not as an evaluator, but as a observer. If I see something really good, let them know, hey, that was really cool. You know, or ask a question. If I can ask their kids, hey, what are we learning today, without being an interruption, I'd like to do those kind of things. I like to talk to people in the community. I try to be available as well as I can. I have a policy that if you want to come visit with me, come visit with me. You know, we'll figure some things out. We're not always going to agree on everything that's going on, but sometimes it's just letting somebody be heard and then taking what you can from those concerns and trying to address some of that. That makes a big difference. I was very impressed last night with the amount of people that showed up for the community meeting. It was impressive and a little bit pressure. So, but that impressed me. You have a great website. I think you can use that for more communication. There's ways to do that, and then we could leverage some of that. I've been thinking about like a newsletter type thing that goes out maybe once a week or twice every 2 weeks or something, just to kind of keep people involved. But just the biggest thing I can do is just be available and be willing to sit down and visit. And that's worked for me so far for the most part. So that's kind of why I go that way.
Please describe the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent and the Board of Education in forming an effective leadership team.
Well, I can tell you from my current experience, if the board and the superintendent are not working together, it's not good for the district, it's not good for the board, it's not good for the superintendent. I can tell you that. There has to be a cohesive understanding about there are some things that the superintendent's going to need to do, make decisions on, and before that's what you hire a superintendent to do. But there isn't anything that we can't talk about. You know, you may not agree with how I made a decision. That's perfectly fine to discuss that. And if there's a better way to do it the next time, I can do that, because I do try to learn from my mistakes as well as from my successes. But if we're not together, it's really, really difficult for us to do what's best for the kids, best for the staff, and best for the district. So the understanding, I really like the norms and the other, your understanding of the superintendent's position and that's posted on the website. I really like that. I hadn't seen that anywhere before I found that here, so I commend you for that, because that's a great place to start.
Are there ways a school district can increase state funding for special education, vocational education, general programs, and others?
Write letters. A lot of that is controlled by your legislature, and that's a scary thought, isn't it? I don't know. I'm from my experience, Nebraska's really unique in its legislative deal. It's a unicameral, not a two-house system. But boy, it's been kind of a circus watching it go over the last couple of years, and so it's part of the problem is they are not getting things done they need to do. I'm not really sure how it's working right over here right now, but what you're talking about, special ed, your federal fund, you get a lot of federal funding for special ed, and there are a lot of times places that are state funding, but there's not a great place we can go to just grab that money. What we have to do then is advocate for the need. And so that's what I'm saying when I say write a lot of letters, contact legislators, contact people in those positions to let them know the importance of this. Special ed is very important. There are kids that won't be successful if we don't have those supports that they need. Vocational ed, we need more kids that you brought up the go into the workforce thing. We kind of got away from all of that. When I started education is when they were starting to push kids into the 4-year track, and as a teacher then I was like, this isn't for everybody. We've got to still do these other things, and I'm a vocational ed teacher because I'm a business teacher. So you're telling me mine's not important? No, it is. It's all important, and so we got to find those things. But yeah, you just gotta advocate. You gotta, when it comes to the state or federal funding, that's really our only avenue. We don't have a whole lot of say in how we can do things. Student population is a big thing in state funding in Nebraska, and if your student population is dropping, you're losing money. So, and I think everybody around us is probably experiencing drops in student population. So how do we attract kids would be another thing to look at. How do we, I don't know, again, still learning, how does it work transferring between schools and things like that? If there's a way to attract kids to help us out, that's a way to do it. But we gotta do something to attract families. People aren't having kids like they used to either. So that's part of the problem, but that's the only, my only answer is we just advocate, that because there's some things out of our control that we don't have.
Two-part question.
Okay.
What does the research tell you about the use of technology in the classroom?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you feel about a cell phone ban in the school?
I got this one a lot last night. Technology is a tool. The research tells me it is a tool that can be used to increase or help students to learn and move forward. There's a lot of new technology coming that if we aren't ready to address it coming in, we better be, because it's going to be there before we know it, and some of it probably is already in there. Cell phones are made to be addictive. It's an addictive technology. They can be a big distraction to a student, and I have no problem with making kids put cell phones away during instructional time. Not a problem at all. I have no problem with if a kid won't put the cell phone away, bringing the cell phone to the office and making mom and dad come pick the cell phone up. I have no problem in letting parents know that the bigger distraction is you guys trying to text or call them during class time. Wait until it's a passing time or a lunch time or a non-instructional time, and if you really need to get a hold of them, call the office. We will walk down to the classroom and pull Johnny or Susie and tell them they need to call home. And we'll let them do it then. But there's no need for them to have it out during any instructional time. Unless there's something, an activity that they can use that tool for something. Because there are some things out there that they can do that with. It's not a great amount of them, but there are some. But I have no problem with putting them away because they are a distraction. I mean, it can be they're a distraction for me sometimes, so. That's just the way it is, and they are addicted. It's an addicting technology just because of everything that's there. We made kids get a driver's license to drive a car, but we all gave them a phone and didn't really give them any guidance when we did. So we need to do better.
I know we kind of spoke to this in one of the prior questions, but maybe expand more on how you would work with legislators to positively impact educational.
And I would try to develop a positive relationship with the legislator that directly impacts our district and be able to be open and visit with them and let them know if there's something coming up that I feel would be a negative or positive impact for the district. Just let them know how we would either support it or say no, that doesn't help us. We need this better, and work with some other groups that might help us to get that message to them. Where I'm at now is School Administrators Association, our Nebraska Rural Schools Community Schools Association, and our School Board Association all work together sometimes on issues, so we kind of let them know what we feel about it, so they can pass the word on to a legislator and move forward. But yeah, try to, number one, just kind of keep abreast of what's going on. What are some main things that are gonna affect us, some major bills or legislation that's coming that could have an impact on us that could be positive or negative, and then try to let them know, hey, we would really like to let you know that we have a hard time supporting this, or this is really something we can get behind and support because we can see the benefit for us.
In the area of student discipline, what is your position on zero tolerance policies?
Ooh. Zero tolerance, there's a time and a place for that, but they are very, very hard to enforce. Context of what happens can make a zero tolerance policy be overly, what's the word I'm looking for? Overly detrimental to the kid or to what happened, because sometimes things can't happen. So, okay, so now I'm gonna kind of give you an example. Zero tolerance policy, maybe a pocket knife, okay? We're in an agricultural rural area. A pocket knife is not a weapon, it's a tool most of the time, correct? So a kid might have a pocket knife in his pocket because he was out cutting hay bales in the morning before he came to school, just stuck it in his pocket, didn't think anything about it, shows up to school, empties his pockets for something, and there's the pocket knife, and there's a zero tolerance policy that says, no, you brought a pocket knife to school, you're out for 3 days, That was a perfectly innocent thing that happened. Does the punishment meet the crime type thing? So zero tolerance policies have their time and place, and it's for those extreme, in my view, extreme things, not for the things that we all grew up doing or having, and there needs to be a consequence for what you're doing. Like my deal on that would be, I get the pocket knife for the rest of the day, you gotta come pick it up at the end of the day. Don't bring it back, remember not to bring it back, type thing. But extreme things, bring a gun to school, I'm sorry, I'm a big believer in the Second Amendment. I'm a concealed carrier in Nebraska, but I don't even bring my gun to school, you know, so not a good idea, because intentions, the world we live in, not everybody understands that what that thing can do. So it's better to not be bringing it to school and deal with the issue when it comes. But zero tolerances are really, really hard to work through.
Is there anything else you would like to share with the board or a question that you'd like to answer that we did not ask?
There was some concern, I think, last night expressed about whether, because of a couple questions I had, how long are you gonna be here type thing, are you gonna, okay. If you look at my record, with the exception of my current position, I've been where I've been fully invested, and I've been there for a while. The least amount of time I've been anywhere is where I'm at right now. I have been 5 or more years every place else I've been. I was 16 years in my first teaching position. I was 8 years at the next teaching position. I was 10 years at the next position. And now I'm to 2. So if offered the position and accept the position, you can bet I'm planning on being here for a while, okay? I can retire in Nebraska right now. I've put in my years and time, and that is always a possibility and one I'm thinking about. But if you chose me and we had a mutual agreement for this job, I'm here for the long haul. I'd be here for at least 5 years, if not longer. So that's, I can bring that up. And the other is the housing, you know, how that's a tough, it's tough everywhere, don't get me wrong, yeah, I get it. But what are we looking at for the need? You know?
So with housing, you know, I think we kind of talked early on that we would be willing to, you know, give you some time to figure out, you know, and if it's that there's nothing to rent here until you get someplace, you know, we're willing to let you work with surrounding communities to find that
Okay.
work. So,
Okay.
does that kind of answer your question a little bit?
That kind of helps me. It
Okay.
gives me a little broader scope to look.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
Very good.
Ultimately, we do want you
Yeah.
in our,
Yes.
in our town.
Yeah, I would, and I totally understand that. I mean, we moved back to Llewellyn. It's my wife's hometown, you know, and it's 70 miles away from here. It's not that tough, but it's not a trip I'd be wanting to make every day
Right.
anyway. The thing I have done I told one group I've been a commuter husband most of my career here lately. So, but it's not. That's because I feel invested. I know I need to be in the community. I need to be available. I need to be out there and let people know. And you know, I've got some pretty neat looking community events coming up that I think I wouldn't mind going to see. So it'd be all right.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions from the board that you would like to ask? We're going to ask you just a minute. I'm going to give you a chance.
Okay.
The board members, do you guys have any other questions you guys want to ask?
Yeah, I kind of want to ask a follow-up on the one about, you were talking about zero tolerance policies and you brought up the bringing guns to school and you mentioned that you're a concealed carrier, and I appreciate that. We got several surrounding schools that have chosen to arm their teachers. What's your thought on that?
That's a lot of responsibility.
Taking care of our kids is a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, I agree with you there too. I mean, but there has to, again, you got to find your balance. If a teacher is able to volunteer to do it, not be coerced into doing it, I'm okay with that. I would also want training for that teacher so that they are vigilant and understand that responsibility is one where they have to keep their stuff secure as well so that the kids aren't accidentally getting to it. But they know how to get to it and they know how to respond. But the other part is, the thing to think about is if something were to happen, and I, understand that in rural areas, the time frame between when first responders can be there and usually these things are done in 5 to 10 minutes, if we have armed teachers, we got to be able to identify them for those responders so that they're not a casualty of an unintended casualty of something. I'm not opposed to it completely, but I think there's some parameters we'd have to work out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Anything else?
It's a good question. It's one that's been kicked around in a lot of places, so.
Yeah, so far we're blessed out here
Yeah,
where we're at, but
yeah.
it's not
Well-
like we haven't had threats.
Yeah, well, and it's not a, don't think it can't happen here, because it can, but I think it's good that people have conversations and understand that there might be people who would be willing to do that, and that shouldn't be something you should throw aside right away, but I just think there's a lot of parameters and things that you'd really want to make sure we had our T's crossed and our I's dotted to make sure everybody had a full understanding of what's really involved and what the possibilities are. So, I've always said if they would let me, I would, but I also understand I was teaching at a time when kids were bringing shotguns in the back window of the pickup because they were road hunting on the way into school. So, and I never worried about it because I knew those kids understood what that could do. But this world we're in today, where they're playing the games and stuff on virtual that they shoot and hit people and then they come back to life right away, is kind of, that reality is not, we got to understand what the reality is. But yeah, if there were teachers that were willing to do it and we could make sure they had the proper training to understand what's going to happen and how they can be a help, but also protect themselves as well as their students, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's something you should discuss.
Okay. Barry, is there any other questions you have for us as the board?
I probably think of about 20 on the way home. I really feel like there's, last night, again, I was very impressed with the number of people that showed up. I was pleased to see students there. I got some questions from some of them. That was good. But otherwise, right now, I can't think. We talked about housing a little. If offered, how long time frame would I have to give you a response?
Guess we never really talked about that.
Okay.
But I don't know, what's our time frame? Do we have a certain time frame, Randy, that we would have to? It's just,
Is that up to us?
Do we have a certain time frame?
yeah, that he
Well,
would need to
I think the
respond.
board's gonna go into deliberation and hopefully we'll have a decision.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna make an offer today.
Yeah,
We're hoping this
I
afternoon.
understood that.
Yeah.
What my question is if offered, do I have a day or two to think things through and make sure I have everything where I want it, or how soon do you need the answer back? That's my question.
I think
Because I know I'm gonna have to talk to my wife, and she's at work right now, so.
Right.
I can't speak for the board, but I think, Barry, they would want a short turnaround time to know,
Okay,
because we'll have other candidates hanging out there. that-
sure,
Right.
no, and I understand that, but that gives me a,
2 to 3 days.
yeah,
2 to 3 days.
okay,
Would that be enough?
so, end of the week,
By end of the week.
yeah,
Yeah,
that would
I'd say.
be enough. I wouldn't probably need that much, but there would be a conversation I need to
You
have with
should
my
talk
wife.
to your wife.
So, yeah,
You should talk to your wife.
yes,
We
so,
want everybody on board.
yeah, so, but, no, That's all I have. That's all. Okay, you guys think of anything else for me?
Anything else? You guys good? Very good. We appreciate it, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, maybe you want me to leave those here?
Yeah, I think we just had those up there so that
So-
some of those long ones, they had a guide to go with.
There we go.
I appreciate your time, and then a couple of the high school boys will come over and take you.
Somebody lived in the house right next to your bases or something.
It's a mechanic, I think, for Brightwater. You don't see much out of it. Goes to work
I'll tell you,
about 6:45 and comes home and lights are off all the time.
Didn't a bunch of Hispanic boys live there?
Yeah, and they
Money and dime board.
just learn.
Really?
One of the guys left the pickup out in
I
front.
missed that though.
And looked back at
It's so
80.
expensive. That whole loses money.
I was gonna try to get the pickup,
So
but
expensive, and you're paying a ton of insurance.
So they finally
towing
got
it
it.
off and
Yeah.
it had a lien on it, so it's like,
Are you
man.
still looking for her?
Yeah, look at, still trying to find a place for calling them, yeah.
I thought Craig McCarty said he already had his rented.
I reached out to Craig last week.
I saw him at the grocery store and he said he's already got some. He's just going to go in and do some little updates and then
Yeah.
he had it rented already.
How's it?
I think the last I talked to the hospital.
Somebody at the hospital.
No, the hospital was gonna
Grant
just
for that?
rent
Yeah.
it from.
Oh, okay.
Who's
Also,
McConnell's
I guess.
house across from the hospital? Nobody's living there that were.
So that's the
Same
hospital.
with-
That's the
Is
hospital
it?
owns that, yeah. Hello,
Sit you right
come on
there.
in. How are you, Todd?
How are you guys doing?
Good.
Great.
Good. I didn't get the text to come early, so I apologize
No,
about that.
you're fine, you're fine.
Didn't
We
see
just
it,
kind of
so-
got done a little earlier with the first one.
Okay, very good.
Should be Christiane's, just one that we were waiting on.
Well, that's normal.
How was your tour?
No, he hasn't
we
done
haven't
it
done
yet.
the tour yet, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll have a seat here, guy.
Todd, did you meet our principals last night?
I did not, I had a different day yesterday, so I kind of snuck out of there early. Hello, I'm Becky and I'm the elder. I think it's nice to meet you. Nice to
And
meet
then
you.
Amanda,
I did get to meet him last night, it's nice to see you.
and then Debbie Myers is our,
Hi, nice to meet you.
she's probably got a more official name. Executive,
Business manager.
there you go, business manager. I was like, there's gotta be some better. There you go.
Hi again.
Morning.
Nice to see you again.
Yes.
You put that thing through the ball washer?
I'm doing that, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Good morning.
Lisa Ayers, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Todd.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah, do you mind? All right. So in front of you is a packet of the questions we're going to ask, just because some of them are lengthy, so you have it to kind of follow through on some of those longer ones.
Okay.
So, all right. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started if you're ready.
Sure.
All right, I have the first one. Please tell us about your interest to be Haxton's next superintendent.
Sure, you bet. There's a lot of reasons why I'm very interested in being Haxton's next superintendent. To begin with, last night was phenomenal, seeing the turnout of the community and the community's support for the school. That's very important to me. Being involved in the community, having the community members show up like that was outstanding. That's one reason. Another reason, just looking on the website and finding out things that I could about Haxtun. Beautiful town. It's very well kept. You have a lot of pride in the town, and that will reflect into the school, having a lot of pride in the school. In looking at the school itself, looking at some of the answers from the superintendent's survey, a lot of community support, a lot of comments about the great teaching staff, the great kids, all the activities they can do, or they have the opportunity to participate in, from the athletics to FFA to FBLA and everything in between. And I think it's very important to have those activities, those opportunities for students to participate and show pride in the school, other than being in the math class all the time. It's great to be in FFA and going out and going to competitions and representing Haxtun in that fashion also. Other reasons for Haxtun, being a smaller school, I've been in a lot of big schools and students seem to get lost. They become numbers instead of people, and so Haxton's a smaller district, and that has always intrigued me. My wife and I both grew up in smaller districts, and I see a lot of advantages of a smaller district where, you know, everybody knows your name, so to speak, and get to know each other. And one of the things that came across several times on surveys, as well as looking at the website, being a small town with a big heart, people care about each other, and it's a family atmosphere, not only within the school, but within the community, everybody helping out each other and things like that. Those are the things I've gleaned from the website and things like that, and it last night just reinforced all those feelings and talking with people, and I was told, Randy told me, be ready to be on the hot seat with all these groups. They're gonna have difficult questions, and there was some difficult questions, and I enjoyed that, but I really enjoyed getting to see the community come together for such an important position within a town and within the school, for sure. I've heard a lot of great things from people about the school in Haxtun and the path that it's going, the direction that the principals have the school going, the superintendent, and those are big shoes to fill, it sounds like, with the things that she's set up with communication systems and things like that. But those challenges I would really enjoy. So yeah, those are a lot of the reasons why I would love to have the opportunity to lead Haxtun schools and show my bulldog pride.
Thank you, Todd. What is your definition of a successful student, and how would you ensure that each student achieves his or her potential while meeting state and district requirements as well?
You bet. To me, successful students are ones that are engaged in the classroom, they're engaged in what they're doing, they're having fun at what they're doing, they want to be there, that they have goals in mind, and we as educators help them meet those goals to find their success. It could be anything from, maybe they want to accomplish being able to do public speaking, and working with them become better public speakers, for example. There's success when you do take a look at the state assessments and things like that, to show the students are growing and succeeding that way. But I think it's a lot more than just a one-time test every year assessment that we give from the state. It's building their character, it's making them, helping them achieve, become more productive citizens, showing them ways to do that also. And success, people are gonna make mistakes, people are gonna fail, and that's okay, because you can learn from failures and make adjustments and find success later on. But it's accomplishing those goals and helping the students accomplish those goals so they feel good about themselves and where they are at. And to ensure that, what I do is I'm very visible within the school. I like to get out in the classrooms and see what's going on, be in the hallways, talk with the students, talk with them about what their goals are, what would you like to achieve, and seeing how I can help them achieve those. What can I do? Is there anything that you need help with that to achieve your goal? And of course, as far as meeting state and district requirements, the teachers are, the content that they're teaching, the curriculum they're teaching are meeting the state and district requirements, so the students fall within that. And if they are finding success within the classrooms, each classroom, or success in living to their potential, so to speak, then the kind of meeting the state and district requirements fall into place. It's if they're not being successful, then I imagine that the district and state requirements aren't being met, just because they kind of go hand in hand, in my opinion, because the way the curriculum's set up and the way we are leading the students toward meeting state standards, as they find success, they're going to be meeting the standards. If that, it's not coming out the way I want it to, but you know, it kind of goes hand in hand, in my opinion.
So this question kind of piggybacks on that. How do you meet the needs of all the students to ensure that our district's graduates have the skills to be competitive, whether or not they want to go to college or directly into the workforce?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's having a good, solid program in place, educationally sound program in place that the students are and parents are aware of, and then just meeting with them, making sure that they're on the right path, that they're struggling in an area, how to find ways to help them find success. If they're struggling like in math or whatever it might be, what do we need to do? Is there other programs or instructional strategies out there that we could use to help them find success? We want to build our students, prepare them for life after high school, whether that is going further in education or directly in the workforce. So we need to also build those skills as we move forward in their education. And meeting the needs of all students is very important to me. I want to make sure that our students are successful, not just a certain set of students. It's always been important to me when I am leading a school to make those, build those relationships with the students so they feel comfortable talking with me if they need help with something or if they just want to talk. And I think that is important as you help them build those skills and have high standards and high expectations of the students. Not so high that they can't meet those goals, but high enough that they've got to reach for them. It's kind of like in track, you can set the bar pretty low and the students can step over it easy. But if you make it a little bit higher and they've got to work for it, and to achieve that goal of getting to the higher level, the high jump, so to speak, will help make them more competitive also. And so being accountable to the students, if they have concerns or questions, something that they would like to be heard, be accountable to them, hold them accountable, hold staff accountable to make sure that the good quality, sound education is going on, that we are preparing our students, our seniors, for life after high school and making sure that they're prepared to do so.
What strategies would you use to maintain a positive school climate and culture that encourage creativity while meeting the academic needs of all students according to state standards?
Good, I like that question too. All these questions are good. Maintaining a positive school climate is one thing that I take pride in. I really want to have a positive learning environment for the students, one that's safe and caring and challenging all at the same time. And to do that, I feel what I do best is to be visible and be out there talking with students, talking with staff, see what's going on within the school, if there's anything I need to be aware of. I rarely sit at my desk all day and just work at a computer. I like to get out and about and be visible. And I think building those relationships, walking the walk, so to speak, is very important to building a positive school climate, being positive myself. And I know people, there's rough days, and if somebody needs to come to my office and talk about it, that's fine, and try to turn it into a positive for them. But being the positive influence that's leading the school can help promote that. The culture, can continue what's going on right now. Both, from what I've seen, it's both positive climate and culture going on, so continue with that, but be approachable, be somebody that can be trusted and has developed those good relationships with. And also empower the staff and students with, I see creativity, empower the staff and students to think outside the box a little bit and to use their creativity. It's, I've been working with a staff member at the school I'm currently at that is taking geometry, and they're making stained glass windows for the school using geometry and letting the students be creative. And I can't wait till all the stained glass windows are up to show off the kids' creativity. And both the students and the teachers came up with this idea, and they're learning geometry and geometric figures as they're doing this, and so it all kind of ties in together with creativity. Creativity within the classroom, letting the students blossom with what their thoughts and their ideas are, that it's not just rote memorization of historical facts or whatever, but to get them, and when I go back tomorrow, I'm going to be a judge in a trial. So, you know, just being creative and bringing that into the classroom so the kids can see real world things, but also let them experience some different things. And there's great minds out there, and exploring what those minds are thinking is very important to me. And again, meeting the state standards, again, using creativity in a classroom can help solidify whatever the state standard is. Letting students think outside the box a little bit still is reinforcing the standards within the classroom. And I think it's very important to empower and to work with students and staff to think outside the box, be creative, have some fun with what you're doing, and as you learn and mature in your learning.
Please describe your leadership style and how it has been successful in your past experiences, including an example of how you came to successful conflict resolution. What would you improve about your leadership style?
I feel my leadership style is, I would say right now, it's transformational. I like to work with staff and students to go inspire them to try new things, empower them to think outside the box, like I said earlier, and then help them attain those goals and work with them. There's a lot of collaboration in my leadership. I enjoy working with staff that there's a problem out there, and how can we work together to solve that problem? What can we do to make things better? If there's something going on within the school that we think needs maybe a new policy, or a policy needs to be changed a little bit, talking with students, talking with staff, collaborating with them to make it the best possible learning environment that we can. So those are my two basic leadership styles. I do some distributive leadership also, where I don't want to be, I want to empower people to do their jobs and then help them out wherever they need help. That's the delegative part of my leadership. Trust people where they're at, and trust that if they have a question or a concern, they come to me and ask, and then we work through it. I've worked with other administrators before where they come to me with, have you ever had this situation? Maybe it's a strange situation, and how did you handle it? How would you handle it? What would you do for that? And so putting heads together and collaborating and distributing out the leadership roles is important to me. Conflict resolution, coming to conflict resolution. Trying to think of something it's happened here recently that I've worked through. That's a good one. What's coming to mind is, when I was at Highland Middle School, we had a staff that was divided on certain things. Our scores were not very good. We needed to try something to get our scores up, and the staff was kind of divided on our schedule and how we should look at the schedule. As we talked, we found out one thing is that our language arts and math weren't on the same page, and we needed to get them on the same page. Language arts and math also needed more time within the classroom. They felt that would help them out, and so as we worked through it as a team, we did some studies, did some research, and visited some schools that were doing a block schedule, a modified block. And a lot of the staff were very concerned about that. I'm used to teaching for 50 minutes. I'm going to teach for an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes, and get the context in. And so throughout the year, we learned different techniques, different ways of teaching within the block. And teachers gave examples of what they were doing. They led some meetings. I led some meetings. We had outside people come in throughout the year. And the staff got more and more comfortable with the block schedule, and we implemented it, and it was very successful. We wound up being, we had a lot of growth to make, believe me, but we showed the biggest growth in the state of Colorado that first year that we had the block, and it's been successful ever since. And it was just the conflict was more, we weren't scoring where we wanted to. I knew the teachers were working hard. We weren't scoring where we wanted to on assessments. Some of the staff were blaming language arts and math for the low scores. They weren't taking any accountability with them and bringing them all together for our new schedule, as well as different ways to teach writing across a curriculum, how math could be implemented in different classes, so that all of the teachers, that we were one school, we were the Huskies, and we were going to do the best we could on the test and help each other out, not just put the blame on language arts and math. And so it was successful because after a year, everybody was on board. We were just doing the block 2 days a week and regular schedule the other 3. At the end of that first year, they wanted to devise a schedule where we could go on a 4-day block, with Fridays being the time that everybody went with classes. And so, and plus our achievement scores went up, and things like that. What would I do to improve about my leadership style is to me, it's still a work in progress. I still have things I need to learn about transformational leadership and collaborative leadership, and talking with other district leaders around and with staff, make sure that I'm doing the right things as I grow in administration and in my leadership style. So it's if I'm talking to people and I think, oh, I could have done that better this way, then I put that into my bag of tricks, so to speak, so I can remember to do that the next time. But it's always, it's evolving and changing, and I want to make sure that I'm changing with it, not just, nope, put my foot in the sand, this isn't the way, it's what I've always done it. There's better, there can be better ways of doing things, and I need to be open-minded, which I feel that I am with that. And so I guess that's how I would continue to change and grow in my leadership style.
Please present and give us an overview of your 90-day plan. Please emphasize the salient points within your plan.
Okay.
handouts.
Thank you.
You bet. Yeah.
Here, I can pass it back. That's okay.
I think I got enough. You think I'd be able to count as doing handouts as a teacher? So my 90-day plan, one of the things I saw on your logo and it really struck home with me is there at the bottom, engage to learn, educate to succeed, and empower to lead. That spoke volumes to me. We need to, engagement of students within the classroom is vital for their success. And that will lead to educating to succeed. And like I've said before, I like to empower people so they can take leadership roles, so that they can take the lead in what they want to do with their lives. So I really, when I saw that on one of your logos, I thought that's cool. That really speaks to me, so that's why I put that there. I also included your vision and mission on the front, as you can see, because that also resonated with me quite a bit. I've always been a proponent of creating a safe, caring, challenging learning environment where the students are growing and they're being creative and they're preparing themselves for either the next level, middle school to high school, elementary to middle school, high school to post-graduation things. So that's that really spoke to me also. During the first 90 days, what I would really like to get accomplished is to really delve into Haxtun and immerse myself within the community and within the school, find out, doing a lot of research, a lot of relationship building with the community members as well as the staff and the students and the different programs within the school. But to me, it's very important that first 90 days that people know who I am. I can share about my values, my strengths, and that I'm there for them, and that they get to know me and I get to know them, because once you build those relationships, if you have questions about things, it's easier to ask those questions and find out about what's going on, invite people in, and things like that. So that's basically finding out about the Bulldog culture and climate and how I can positively have an impact on that and continue that growing. It's very important for me to learn about the traditions and what goes on within a school so that I don't do something out of tradition. That would not be a good thing. And I know smaller communities have those good solid traditions and things that they've done, and I love learning about that. I want to be a person who gets out there and listens to the stakeholders and finds their values and what they would like within the school, so I know the way to lead the school, get to know the staff and the students, again, so that I can lead the school, get to know you guys as a board and how we can work together, how some people communicate better with texts, others emails, others phone calls, others face-to-face, and find out those communication styles so that I can start implementing those and using those communication. I've heard in the past that I over-communicate, and so I think communication is one of my strong suits. I'd rather get the information out and then find out, make sure that it's understood than to just kind of throw it out there and hope people get it. So I like to do follow-up and make sure that people are getting the information that they need, and if they need different type of information or sent in a different fashion, be happy to do that. During the first 30 days, it would be a lot of, it would be in the summer, so it would be a lot of meeting with community groups and getting to know the community groups, whatever staff members are available to meet. Since they're not, it is their summer, wouldn't be calling any kind of meeting like that. Beginning to know you guys, and things like that. Working with the admin team, both principals, and finding out about them, delving into who they are, what their values are, and how I can support them if there's any question that they have. Also let them know what my goals are and how we can work together to meet both their goals and my goals as we move the school forward into the next school year. Other things I have down to meet with, definitely would want to set up a meeting with the business manager, find out about the financials and the budget and really delve into that. I like finding out about that information, just if there's, I'm not meeting with the people to try to change things. I'm trying to get a perspective of what's going on and if there's, how I can support, as well as if there's any ideas I might have that would help out, but I'm meeting mainly to find out about them and how I can support them. There's other ones down there, maintenance, transportation, and transportation is important to get a feel of the school district, take some bus rides and find out more about the district, where our kids are coming from and how far are they traveling. And I've always found it very beneficial. You do some transportation routes and you see where the kids live and what where they're coming from and how far they have to come on the bus. I think, to me, it's a great way to see the district through the eyes of the bus drivers and transportation. Meeting with maintenance and grounds and making sure that everything is safe and ready to go for the next school year. Again, if they needed support or whatever, that's what I would be there for, and help them out in any way that I could. And then the next 60 days planting the seeds. This would be getting into the school year starting, making sure that I'm meeting with, I love to meet individually with staff as soon as the school year gets going. If they're willing to come in early and meet with me, that's fine too. I'm not opposed to that. I just don't want to say you have to, because it's their time. It's I want to value their time, but I like to meet with them and just find out things like what excites them about being a Bulldog, what excites them about being in the class. Are there concerns? Are there things that you would like me to be aware of? And just have that conversation, get to know them, they can get to know me, and get to know some of my expectations and the way that I operate. I do like to let staff know that I'm in classrooms quite a bit, and it's mainly to support you and to be there for you. It's not a get you or anything like that. I think it's important to be upfront and honest with that, so that, because I've taken over some buildings where the administration was rarely in the classroom, and when they were, it's because something was not operating the way it should be. I want to let staff know that I have an open door. If they have a question or concern, please come to me and let's work it out. And because I think if we don't have that open communication, I don't know what I don't know, and that's setting us both up for not having a good situation. And so I would rather know about it so that we can work through together on that. Meeting with coaches, counselors, starting to meet with students and student groups with FBLA and FFA and those groups. I think it's very important to get to know who the officers are and what students are involved. That way I know where I need to support and how I can support. Meet with the Haxtun Education Foundation, District Accountability. Again, it's all gathering data, gathering information for me so that I know the direction that the school is going and how I can help and support that in any way that I can. During this time also get ready for the start of the school year. What activities can we plan? See what's been done in the past. For example, is there a beginning of the school year picnic where we get the families together and cookout or something like that. We've done that at different schools, or an ice cream social to invite families in and get the year started. But talking with the administrative team, seeing what's been done in the past, and moving forward with that. And then as the school year gets started, make sure that I'm visible, getting in the hallways, getting in the classroom, meeting students, making sure that I get to the football games and the volleyball games at the beginning of the school year and all the other activities that go on. Make sure that I'm present with the school community in that fashion. That's one of the things I really enjoy, is watching our kids participate, whether it's football, volleyball, an FFA competition, whatever it might be. I take pride in that. It's just, I guess, something that's built into me. Love athletics, love the competition, and love to be involved. Talk with students the next day after a football game, or the next week after a football game or volleyball game. Great job with whatever it was. Your serving was outstanding. Congratulate them, things like that. And then for the rest of the 90 days and beyond, continue to foster and build a positive relationship with all the stakeholders. Sorry. I'm talking fast and my mouth is getting dry. That's one thing my wife said, make sure you don't talk too fast. So if I get talking fast, I guess I get talking fast because I get excited about things. And anyways, continue working with the leadership team, with the different groups within the school, with the school board, taking a look at, do we need to have a retreat, and having a retreat and making sure that our communications are set up appropriately, or goals that you have for the year, what you would like to see accomplished within the school, what you would like me to be doing through the school year, things like that would be accomplished during this time. Collaborate with administration, assessment teams, counselors, different things like that, just so that we make sure the school year is running, and always stay visible. You'll hear me say that a lot, but be visible and get out there, and not only the school but the community. If there's community events that are going on, I know there looks like a couple of fun summer things that I would look forward to. The old-fashioned Saturday night with the cars coming in. I like looking at old cars. Couldn't work on any of them, but love seeing those and taking a look at them. 4th of July events, Corn Festival, things like that. Make sure that I'm involved with those, and as they come throughout the year, make sure they're on my calendar, and that I'm in attendance and supporting the community as well, and things like that throughout the year. And then the last page is on my core leadership values. I want to create, respect, honor, and value everybody within the school community. Everybody has things that they can provide and give their input to, and I want to value those type of things. Always have a student-centered approach to education, to the way we work with our students. Growth mindset to help them grow as they move through our system and then prepare for life after our system. And I want to make sure I'm leading by example, and not just saying I'm going to be visible and then expect the principals to be visible while I sit in my office. No, I got to lead by example and help anybody in any way that I can. I think that's a very important role of the superintendent. And then I've got a few things about my transformational leadership, empowering teachers and staff, and support them to ensure that they're successful. If they're successful, students will be successful, striving for continuous improvement, always wanting us to grow, growth mindset again. Be inspirational, inspire people, and I think if you can inspire people, you're going to get the most out of them. If you can't inspire people to move forward, you're not going to go anyplace. And so I think that's very important. So those are some of the main points of the 90-day plan. It's kind of 90 days and beyond, because I can continue to grow, I can continue to learn, and I want to do that. I'd continue working with staff and students and being visible, as I said, throughout.
Thank you.
Does that,
Thank you.
anything else you'd like me to elaborate on with the 90-day plan? This was fun putting together. I did enjoy doing that. That made me think. That's what I like, questions and activities that make you think, what would you do? This is good to have this and as we move forward, so.
Give a detailed example of an innovative program you have established in the last 2 years and the process you used to establish it.
Sure. Was it 2 years ago? About 2 years ago, a staff member came to me with the idea, came to me and our principal with the idea of having a house system at our school. And along with the house system, implementing the Amazing Shake program and going to the Ron Clark Academy. She had this great, it was very innovative and great thinking. But we researched the house plan and what it is. It divides the students into different houses, kind of like Harry Potter and Slytherin, and now they're all escaping me, Gryffindor, all the different houses that Harry Potter had. But we came up with names for our school, and every student is put into a house, and they have competitions throughout the year. They get positive points for doing positive things in the school, and those are added up on a big tote board so we can see who's winning and who's not, who needs to do some improvements. And then once a month we have house competitions where they get together and do silly things like a minute to win it, and take an Oreo and put it on their head and try to get it in their mouth by using their hands within a minute. Just different things like that to have some fun with the students. And what that program has done, it's really created more pride within the school. We were already proud, but it's created more pride within the different houses. And so that has really been impactful for the students. They want to be there. They want to do positive things to get those positive points. They love being in the different house competitions. And so the way we established that, we just researched it and talked with other schools that had the house systems, took ideas from them and created some of our own ideas as we implemented that. The Amazing Shake program is ways to get students build their confidence when they meet people and speak with maturity and be willing to go think outside the box a little bit with what they want to do. Again, we did some studies on it. We looked at the different Amazing Shake competitions. The Ron Clark School really implements it. Sent 4 teachers out to the Ron Clark Academy to learn more about the Amazing Shake and how to implement that within our school. We have the students really get into it. Some of the shyest kids in the school that you wouldn't think would say boo to you. They do the Amazing Shake, and what it is, the competition within the school, they have 90 seconds at this station, and there's about 20 stations set up. And the person asks them a question, and they got to come up with the answer right then. And the one that I had was, would you rather have a coach that is very competitive and on you to become better, or would you rather have one that wants to have fun and be less competitive? And the students have to come up with that answer. And some of the quietest kids had some of the best answers. It was just like, whoa, I can't hardly get this kid to say hi in the hall, let alone be able to talk to me about his sport things. And again, the process was studying and finding out more about the program, how it benefits our students, how it engages them, and makes them better in the long run. And they both have been very successful. The students look forward to those. We sent a group of 10 students to Washington, D.C. with the Amazing Shake for for the next round of the Amazing Shake, the Nationals. It's really a pretty cool program, and to me, it's innovative, because it does get the kids that are quiet, get some talking a little bit. And we have about, probably, I would say, almost 50% of our students participate in the Amazing Shake. And so it's an after-school activity. It's not anything that's required, but the kids really enjoy it. They really look forward to it.
Thank you. Understanding that resources are limited, explain how you would establish an effective budget that maintains a variety of curricular and extracurricular programs for students, retain quality staff, and ensure district remains fiscally sound for the future.
Yes. I would, early on, get together with our business manager, take a look at the budget that's been established, look at past budgets, see what's working well, how things are funded, if there's areas that we could improve on, just have that big, long discussion. It would take a while to go through all the budgeting items. In looking at you guys' budget, it looks like it has been pretty effective, but I would need to delve into it a little bit further. And this is all on paper from what audits say and things like that. It's more getting in with the business manager and finding out what is really working. And then if there's, with ideas that I have to improve the budget, share those as we take a look at the different expenses and how to improve those. Taking a look at what we are spending on curricular and extracurricular activities. Is that enough? Do we need more there? Talking with staff and seeing what their needs are. Do they need some more money within their class budget to provide things for the students that they need? But it's a process of taking a look at what's been working and where we can make adjustments. Retaining quality staff is very important, taking a look at the salary schedule, and are there things we could do with that to improve the salary schedule to help retain teachers. And so I would always, at every school that I've been at, to keep fiscally sound, make sure that our needs are being met within reason. If somebody comes up with something that is way off base from where our goals are, maybe to bring them back in and make sure that they are within our vision of where we want to go. Always being open to, I've written a lot of grants for certain things. If, for example, at Liberty, they wanted to take money out of the budget for a new playground, and we needed a new playground. There's no doubt about it. We needed one, but it was like, well, let's wait. There's a couple grants out there that I've looked at that I can write and maybe get it paid for through a grant. And we were successful with that. They got a new playground. And so that's another way to help keep fiscally sound. If there's ideas that staff have out there on how to improve things or do things differently, see if there's a grant that we could write to accomplish that. I wrote a grant to one of our local, I'm trying to remember the group, but we needed new basketball uniforms, and we got that grant and got the basketball uniforms fully funded, saved the athletic budget a good amount of money. So always be on the lookout for grants or ways to improve, and it might not even be, it might be some grants out there that just for school improvement that could be used in a variety of things. Keep those in mind also as we go through the process of the budget to help meet the needs of our students and what they need.
Thank you.
What strategies would you employ to attract and retain quality teachers, administrators, and support personnel?
To attract staff would be promote Haxtun and Bulldog Pride. It let them know what a great school it is, what they would, if they chose to come to Haxtun, what a great community is, what the supports are here within, and just promote the school. Let them know all that I can about the school, and as I recruit staff to try to find staff members, make sure that they do want to come to a smaller community, that what the advantage of a smaller community, having smaller class sizes, having different things like that, how you could become involved, and make sure that they totally understand that, and they're not looking for a stepping stone, things like that, that they would like to be here for a while. And then through the process of, after the hiring, making sure that I support them and get them what they need. Part of retaining quality staff is making sure that they are supported, that if they come to me with a concern, that I'm able to answer the concern or get an answer to them about the concern. Make sure that they are trained properly, that we have good professional development activities, a good mentor program that makes them feel valued and appreciated for the work that they do. Teaching, especially the first few years, and throughout careers, is very difficult, very time consuming, and a lot of times not as appreciated as I feel it should be. And so celebrating successes with them, getting in the classroom, and if I see things that they could improve on, talking with them about that, having staff members have the confidence in me to come and say, I'm really struggling with this aspect of my class, can you come and observe? Then going in and observe and giving them good relevant feedback. If they would like me to take over a class and demonstrate, more than happy to do that. I've had staff members that have said, this other staff member is doing this really interesting project that I think I could incorporate into my class. Can I go watch that class? And I'll take over their class so that they can go do that. I think it's important that teachers see what other staff members are doing to add to their bag of tricks, so to speak, to help get them the support that they need to be successful. One of my big goals is for everybody to find success and be successful. When you're successful, you're happier. You're finding success, you're happy. That makes the classroom also be successful. This is my take on it. And so I want to build a culture and a climate where people are growing, have that growth mindset, staff members as well as students, and to ensure that, talk with them and give them, build the relationships, give them the tools they need to be successful. Administrators, support personnel, very much the same. I really look forward to working with an administrative team, hearing their ideas, their goals. How can I help you attain those goals? Are there any stumbling blocks that you can see on your road to attaining this goal? How can I, is there a way that I can help with that? And support personnel also, they go under the radar a lot, but they need to be celebrated for their successes also, and the things that they do within the school, keeping the school beautiful, greeting people as they come into the school, working with small groups, whatever it might be. They need to be celebrated also. And that is part of my leadership also, is when we're finding successes, to make sure we take time to celebrate and honor the people that accomplished what they needed to accomplish. That helps build the family atmosphere and the positive culture within the school and climate. So I enjoy celebrating.
Thank you.
Can you give us an example of what compass you use in your personal and professional life? What guides you as a leader?
Good question. What guides me as a leader? This is a good question. I'm trying to think how the best way to answer this is. What's coming to mind, and that's what I need to go with, what guides me as a leader is the people around me and working with them and hearing their thoughts, so that I'm going in the right track, talking with them. What else do you need from me? How can I support? I know I've said that a lot, but that is part of my leadership. The compass that I use to guide my personal and professional life, I guess it's a compass that's pointing to being honest, having integrity, walking the walk, those type of things, both personally and professionally, and then doing checks with people to make sure that I am walking that path, and do double checks with myself, look in the mirror, and are you doing what you said you're going to do, and holding myself accountable to meet those goals and things like that. And using those other ones around me to guide me too is always important. So that's a good question. Thank you.
Tell us how you communicate with students, parents, taxpayers, and community leaders. Please describe your style and share specific details. How do you establish two-way communications?
Communicating with the students is just being visible, being out, talking with them. If they need to meet with me, letting them know that I'm open for meetings. Right now, students shoot me an email saying, you got a minute to talk, and then I reply back. I would rather, I kind of like meeting face-to-face other than not texting, emailing back and forth with students. It's just my personal feel. But if a student, they don't always see me in the hall, so they shoot me that email real quick, and then I respond and we set up a meeting time. With parents, I like face-to-face talks. I also communicate through newsletters, through emails. I like to do follow-up to make sure that the emails and any kind of newsletter is getting home, just to make sure that there's an understanding. Just because I send it, it might not tell that I need to answer. So I like to follow up and make sure, give people the opportunity to shoot me an email back, give me a phone call, whatever it might be, so that I get those questions answered. If there was something that was confusing within the newsletter or the email, I always like to keep it open-ended when I send out communications. Another way to communicate with parents is, again, being at the football games, being at the volleyball games, basketball games, and not just sitting over in the corner cheering the team on, but getting out and talking with parents and seeing how they're doing, and if there's anything going on I need to be aware of. It's just being me, going out and talking with people. I do like to communicate that way, but when you got a vast number to get out to, emails. I've also done, since COVID, I've been doing some video clips that I can send to parents, and then they can, watch it on their own time. For example, we had trouble getting parents to sports meetings, and so I would just do the sports meeting virtually, and then a parent could watch it at 9 o'clock at night if that's the only time they had, and then shoot me questions and email, things like that. So Those are two effective ways that I've had with communication to parents, taxpayers, and community leaders. Again, emails, email chains, getting out and talking with them personally, video conferences, things like that are ways that I communicate with our other stakeholders that I've been involved with. Making sure if there's town meetings that I could be, that they would like me to attend, make sure that I'm there at those, and talking about the school and what's going on with the school. There's always things like Facebook. Not everybody's on Facebook, but you can communicate that way also. Our school is big with Facebook. Our principal, she likes to get on there and put all different things on there, that's great. Again, not a lot of people, not everybody relies on Facebook as much. One kind of neat communication device that I found and implemented at New Vision, it's got a strange name. It's called Thrill Share. But it's a way you can set up groups, like the basketball players. You can set up groups and you could send out a text, email, Twitter, anything like that, what are the parents' preferences, and you just send it out to that specific group. And then if the parents like a text, okay, it comes in a text. If they'd rather have an email, it comes in an email. And I found it very valuable as I communicated with, when I was athletic director, communicating with those groups. We also had, we could do that with taxpayers and community members too, where they get the information right away if they would prefer a text or an email. Personally, through all the technology and things, I like face-to-face as much as I can, to be honest with you, with communication. It's just easier for me. It's what my comfort zone is and things like that. Like I said earlier, I tend to over-communicate. I'm not sure exactly what that means, other than you're giving me information that's not dealing with me, and so that if I find that out, then I can get information to certain groups instead of the whole group, so to speak. I think that's where the over-communication, we don't have anything to do with the 6th grade night or 7th grade parents, for example. Establish two-way communications, always, leave the door open if there was something within the communication that you have a question about or concern about. Please let me know so that I can check with you on that. Also doing surveys to make sure that the communications are understood and that people are getting them. I don't want it to be a situation where I'm sending it out, you got to get it. No, that doesn't work all the time. It's very important for me to hear back from community if there's, whether it's the students, whether it's the teachers, the Board of Education. We didn't understand this part of it. Can you explain that a little bit better? For me to have the opportunity to do that so that I can elaborate a little bit more and make sure that people are understanding. It's very important to have good open communications both ways, that if somebody has a concern, they don't have to wait for me to send an email on something. If they have a concern about something, that my door's open, please, you can come in and talk, we can email, whatever your preference is, but I would like to know about your concerns and how we can solve those concerns or come to an understanding about the concerns, things like that. And so I guess with a two-way communication is making sure the door is open for feedback and concerns, things like that.
Thank you.
Please describe the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent and the Board of Education in forming an effective leadership team.
Okay. The role of the Board of Education is to they're basically in charge of how the district operates, and the superintendent's job is to keep them informed of what's going on, work with them to develop the mission and make sure that we are moving toward that mission and vision that we have for our school and school district. Superintendent presents policies, procedures to the board to discuss and vote on, make changes to. The superintendent's bringing things from what they're hearing within the school, what they're hearing from the state, to the board and informing them of what's going on. And then the board governs the school, basically. And they approve, for example, superintendent recommends hirings and the board approves those. There's a trusting relationship between the board and the superintendent to get that I'll do my job appropriately, and I'll have your support with that, as well as if you guys have questions or concerns, you come to me and you're going to get an honest, straightforward answer. If I don't have the answer to it, that I will find that answer. But it's got to be a very working together. It would be very big with myself on the board. Having an open, trusting relationship, going both ways. I think can be very effective that way. If there's not trust there, then it's just it goes downhill pretty quickly if there's not trust established. And open communication is very important. Also, if there's things that you need from me, that you let me know about it and I can get it to you. If I don't give you the appropriate information, you can't make the right decisions when voting on things. And so it's very important that I have that relationship with you also. But we're a team. We want to promote quality education for our students, promote the school district in the best way that we can. And that's how I would work with the board, and that's the way I see the responsibility of superintendent and the board of education.
Thank you.
Are there ways a school district can increase state funding for special education, vocational education, general programs, and others?
I'm sure there are. Sorry. Bring a little levity to it. So, yeah. There are different ways that you can increase the funding for the different programs. I know there's, again, like I said, there's grants out there that you could write if they're specific for that. For any vocational program, for the general programs, special education, I'm thinking right now with all that. But to increase the funding, you show the need and the need within the district for the increased funding. Talking with people at the state level on how to do that, being informed that way, taking a look at data and what the data is saying with our special education population on how the money is going to be spent and how we can work with that money to increase the education for those students. With vocational ed and other general programs, it would be pretty much the same thing for increasing state funding, but I could also see increasing the funding by looking at different grants and programs like that are out there. But showing a want and a need to the state, that could help increase that funding. Going through talking with with people at state and seeing what can be done. That's what's coming to mind right now. I'm just trying to think back if there was any different funds that we were able to increase and how I went about doing that. Nothing's coming to mind right now, but I'm sure there's a way to do it. It would take rolling up your sleeves and taking a look at different things, talking with people at the state to see what can be done, getting the data together to show the need for it.
I have a kind of a two-part question.
Okay.
What does the research tell you about the use of technology in the classroom? And how do you feel about a cell phone ban?
Okay. What research has shown me about technology in the classroom, if it is used properly and it's used educationally, there's been I've seen an increase in the growth of students. I don't think, I also have seen where teachers rely too much on technology in the class and they lose out on the one-on-one or even group type of instruction. I think that can be a detriment to students, but overall, with technology, there's different programs out there that really help students with math and with language arts, No Red Ink and things like that, that can help the students out. And technology is kind of where we're going in the future. Everything's going toward technology and making sure that the students are using it appropriately. I see it as a benefit within the classroom. The cell phone ban, that was a question last night that I should have given more thought to. Cell phones can be such a distraction within a class, and I know teachers have come to me and said, but they can do this on their cell phone and it will help them in the class, but they also have an iPad in the class or a Chromebook in the class that can do the same thing, so why do they need cell phones? I just see so many distractions. I know that there's the argument out there, it's for safety and things like that. And if there's an emergency situation, call the school and the school will get the note to the student as quick as they can. Cell phones can be such a distraction in class where kids are texting other kids, so now they're being a distraction in this class. They're texting a kid in another class, now they're being a distraction in that class. And teaching's hard enough without having to worry about cell phones in the classroom and them not being used properly. I've seen where parents are calling their kids in the middle of a class to ask them a question. It's like, can't you wait till, does it have to be answered right now? If so, call the school, we'll get the kid out of class and take him down there so the phone's not ringing. And so I guess I'm in favor of a cell phone ban. I guess if you're asking me how I feel about it, I would support that. Even if the students, if there would be an emergency at school and the students get on their cell phones, for every student that gets on the cell phone, the parent's going to give a different story than the next parent living next door to them about what's going on in school. We have a process where we get the information out to the parents as soon as possible, and if it is an emergency in which we think the kids need to use their cell phone and text their parents, we specifically tell them what to text so that the parents are getting all the same information. It's never happened, but we have that in place in case that it would. But we do ask our students, they turn off their cell phones, put them in their lockers for the day. They can get them right after school, and we've asked parents, and it took a little bit of training with parents. Go ahead, call the school. We'll get the message to your child, or if it's an emergency, have your child come down and talk. And there's always some resistance, and then you have set up consequences if the student does have their cell phone in class, what those steps are. It's gotten better over the years. Parents, if they have an understanding of why the rule is put into place, they don't always agree, but they do have a better understanding of it. And so it's getting the word out to parents on that too.
We are starting to run short on time, but we do have
Oh,
3 more questions for
okay, so I
you.
need to stop
And we
talking so
want,
much.
well, we want you to be able to ask us questions at the end too,
Okay.
so.
Gotcha, I understand.
I'm just looking at, who would you work with how would you work with legislators to positively impact educational issues that affect the school district?
I enjoy getting in contact with the legislatures from our area and talking with them, building those relationships, finding out what they know about our school, about Haxtun, and answering any questions that they have, but building that relationship, and then when there is an issue that comes up, I know who I can go to and talk to them about it and have that conversation of how to increase the learning needs to make our school grow and learn through that. And and I said it, you probably getting tired of me saying building relationships, but it is taking time to give them a call and to get to know them and them to get to know me, so that when things come up, I know who to talk to, or if there's something that comes down the pipe from legislature that would affect us, call them and find out what's going on, why was this decision made, or what, give me more information so that I can share it to my community, things like that.
In the area of student discipline, what is your position on zero tolerance policies?
Yeah. And I know zero tolerance, if you're gonna have a zero tolerance policy, then you can't tolerate it at all. And it's black and white. There's no gray area in there. And I want to have, there's things we can't tolerate, bullying and things like that, and working with the students who are doing the bullying to make them better. And I think that they need to be addressed. And to me, that if you don't address them, or you don't address them effectively, then you're not in zero tolerance. But if you are addressing them and trying to help them make the student become better, then you are with the zero tolerance. You're not tolerating it. You're trying to come up with a solution for it that gets it to stop. If it doesn't stop, then you go to the next step. I've worked with families where they say zero tolerance means that as soon as it happens, it's over with, it never happens again. And I would like it to be that way, but kids, they go through a learning process at times, and the consequences are upped. But we don't turn a blind eye to things that are going on within the school that are not acceptable. Bullying is what comes to mind the most. And so to me, zero tolerance means you are paying attention to it. You're taking steps. If there's a lot of, I'm just gonna stick with bullying. If there's a lot of bullying going on, then have some bullying training with the students. Staff can be trained with that, and there's different programs out there, anti-bullying things that you could use. Yeah, to turn a blind eye, then it's not zero tolerance, it's turning a blind eye. But taking the steps necessary to help correct the behavior, I believe is zero tolerance. You're not letting it happen. You're not letting it, if it happens again, you're taking more strict, and it's not snowballing. It's snowballing for the kid in the consequence area, but you are taking those steps.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you would like to share with the board, or a question that you'd like to answer that we didn't ask?
That's not like that. I would just like, I guess what I would like to share, and I kind of shared it earlier, is it's such a family feel, such a community feel, and actually, you guys got a great thing going, and, you know, should be very proud of that. It would be a great place that I think I could make a positive impact to if you choose me to be your next superintendent. And if not, then, you know, best of luck in the future and things like that, you know. I would love to be here. Took Brenda around and drove her through the town. She loved it. We could see ourselves settling in here. And, you know, I am looking at a position where I could stay long-term. I'm not looking at a 2-3 year commitment. I'm looking at long-term, as long as I'm, you know, meeting your expectations and doing the job appropriately, which I know that I can do. So make it, you know, a long-term commitment. And would love the opportunity. I'm just honored to be here doing an interview and sharing with you. I really appreciate you guys taking time out of your busy schedules to meet with us and go through this long process. I know you guys have a long day ahead of you and figuring out who you would like as your next superintendent. I wish you the best of luck with that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Any other questions the board would like to ask Todd? No?
I had one that came up last night, actually, a couple of parents. Wish they'd asked this of you later.
Oh, sure.
Snowplow parents. How do you handle snowplow parents? Snowplow parents, they come in, no, my kid was not wrong. My kid is right.
Okay. I was.
snowplow.
I had not heard that term before.
Yeah, they move everything out of the room.
Move everything out of the way. How do I handle parents that are that way? And that does happen. I just have a conversation with them and say, this is what's going on, this is what we found. I am listening to you, because a lot of times, well, he did it first or whatever. Assure them that we have done the investigation and that this is what we found. I want to work with you, work with the parent to help out with the behavior. They can, when, I don't mean to sound terse or anything like that, but when I've got the evidence and the facts that I need, I don't, if you can come and try to snowplow me, but I stick pretty firm with what my commitment is. Not pretty firm, I do stick firm with it. I want to work with parents, but I also am not the type of person that gets run over by parents either. Okay, and the snowplow parents, when you give them all the evidence, and, you know, little Johnny didn't do that, there's no way, he's too good a boy to do that, and then you show them the evidence and you talk them through it, a lot of time that helps calm them down a little bit. They still probably believe that Johnny's perfect and would never do whatever he did. But I think it's very important that you do, if you don't hold firm, then every time you make a decision, people can think they can come in and overturn it, and then you're kind of wishy-washy, so to speak, I guess. And so, yeah, does that help? Okay.
All right, our last question is, what questions do you have for us as a board?
One thing that came up last night that it kind of took me, I don't know if it took me, made me question, is there, I know you guys are on a 4-day week, is that going well? Are there people that are not happy with the 4-day week? I kind of got the feel that it might be, just from some of the questions, so.
Becky and Amanda, what would you guys say about that?
I would say, you're always gonna get two sides to that.
Okay.
It hasn't been that long that we implemented it, and so we were still in the process of that, and we're adjusting our calendar. This year, we adjusted it just a little bit by adding 5 minutes on at the beginning of the day, 5 minutes on at the end of the day.
Sure.
And we're trying to consistently always not having school on Mondays.
On Mondays, right?
Because we do have a little flexibility when we have like state basketball or state volleyball, that we go to school on Monday so we can take that Friday off. But the staff is very happy with it.
Okay.
It is a learning, just a little adjustment, kind of like
Mhm.
with block schedules, how you need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
learn how to teach a little differently to that. And the students are doing great, and I think Monday is a good time for everybody to take a breath. We can be planning and PD on those Mondays when we need to, without having to take a school day off of that.
Right, that's what I found when at Liberty, we talked about going to a 4-day week, and we did implement it for a lot of the same reasons that you said, and families really liked it, teachers really liked it. There was a feel last night that there might be some, and then now that you said most Mondays, I do remember that when we had like Martin Luther King Days on a Monday, so we would go Fridays were our day off. So Martin Luther King Day is on Monday, we had that day off, we went to school on Friday, and that, okay, now that gives me a better understanding, thank you, appreciate that.
Anything else you want to add, Amanda?
No, I think Mrs. Heights covered it. I wonder if maybe the students were concerned that it might go away. I think they're-
I know one of them that was asking that question, was worried about that.
Yeah,
I think it's probably important in our district for attracting and retaining staff, because almost all of our surrounding districts are on a 4-day week now.
okay, yeah. There's,
I wouldn't want to jeopardize our ability to attract staff.
okay, yeah, that's true, that's very true with that. I don't really have a lot of questions. Last night, I answered a lot of them as I was talking with the community and seeing the community come out in big time for that event. So really, that was the only question that came up in the back of my mind. I don't know why I thought that, but just want to make sure on that, so.
Great. All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you
Thanks,
very much.
once again, thanks for taking your time to interview all of us. And I want to wish you the best on your decision. And if it's me, I'd look forward to working with you. If it's not, I totally understand. Best of luck in the future and things like that. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to have you go over to the school, and a couple high school students are going to give you a tour around the school.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was my
Get yourself wrapped up here.
Students may be waiting at it.
He's getting the mic.
Okay, you did? All right.
The interview hasn't even started. Aaron's got a point of Trevor over there.
All right, are you ready?
Sure.
All right, we'll get started with the first one. Please tell us about your interest to be the Haxton's next superintendent.
So I've done my homework, for sure. As I said last night a few times, this is the only place I've applied. I'm not handing out my resumes to lots of places trying to land somewhere. I am really, really happy where I'm at, but I just could not pass up this opportunity to come to a community like Haxtun with such great community support. The size of the school is just right for me. I'm used to larger districts and organizations, and I moved to a really, really small district, which has been amazing. But this just seems like a place where I can develop more of my leadership skills and apply the skills that I already have to help move the district forward as it's been moving forward. Love the size of the town, love the community. I've chatted with Marcia quite a bit, and she said nothing but really amazing things about the board and the staff and the kids, and that's really the kind of situation I'm in right now. It's really, really wonderful, but I think that says a lot in my mind, and I hope I can convey that to you, that for me to look elsewhere is a big deal for me. So that's why I've only applied here. It's an impressive place.
Karen, what is your definition of a successful student, and how would you ensure that each student achieves his or her potential
Sure.
while meeting state and district requirements as well?
I really like your somewhat new definition of a graduate, that picture of a graduate. I think that's, I really enjoyed reading that. I believe in all of it, but mostly I believe in the very, very first one where kids have that motivation to get things done. To me, a kiddo that is successful as a student at the end of their career has all of the tools that they need to make decisions that they want to make when they go into the workforce. I don't think it's completely successful when students don't have a lot of options when they graduate, or when they don't have an idea even as little guys. Well, that's kind of like the overarching umbrella answer. In specific, I think that a successful student is, they go home and they're happy. They go home and they tell their parents that they had a wonderful day at school, that they can't wait to go back, that they enjoy their teachers and their classmates. And we know that teachers are highly skilled and that they're going to get the job done with proper feedback and reviews to make sure that the adults in the system are helping their kiddos. But to me, that's what a successful student is. I know I felt like my own student was successful when we would get in the car after a long day at my school, and I'd take him home and I'd ask him how his day went, and he would say that he really enjoyed his teacher. He could tell me what he learned. I'd always ask him, tell me one good thing, one bad thing, and one funny thing. And he always had an answer for all of those things, and sometimes the bad thing was homework. So in my mind, that wasn't too terrible of a day. Data is a big thing for me, but I understand that it is just a part of the picture. State testing, dibbles for little guys, NWEA testing, SATs, all of the entrance exams for college that you can take AccuPlacer, things of that nature. I think all that definitely matters, but a student isn't simply just data. A student is about extracurricular activities and what they do for the community, and how they feel when they come home. State and district requirements, I think that just comes with students going through the prescribed curriculum of the district. I'm a big believer in a scope and sequence, so we hit everything that we need to. I've always been taught that a scope and sequence, or the standards, I suppose, of the state is the bare minimum. And I've been successful with that kind of a philosophy with having student success. We obviously have to meet state and district requirements, so we're not on the hot seat for anything, and we're in good standing. I think that really helps with teacher recruitment, administrator recruitment. But at the end of the day, I think that if we're doing the right things in the classroom every single day, we're going to meet those requirements.
Thank you.
I was just thinking about his answers.
Yeah, that's a very thoughtful answer.
How do you meet the needs of all students to ensure that our district graduates have the skills to be competitive? Whether they go the college route or go directly into the workforce?
Sure. I'm a big believer in differentiation and meeting kids where they are. I once was in a school district where the board's philosophy was teach to the highest achievable metric. And I think that that's a great goal to have as your like North Star. But meeting kids where they are is incredibly important, and giving them those supports through special services like MTSS, a 504, special education, extra tutoring, assigning a paraprofessional. So meeting the needs of the kids where they are and making sure that that trend line is going to end up with them being at or above grade level. My metric has always been within 2 years of getting a kiddo from not where they need to be in 2 years. They're catching up and they're on a trend line, and then in my mind, no less than 2 years. If it's less than that, it's failure to meet those grade level expectations. So yeah, my answer, short and sweet, I suppose, would be to meet kids where they are and use really great resources, curriculum, and utilize our staff to the best of our ability. And I know that Colorado was really big a few years ago on postgraduate studies. And now I've enjoyed the shift of more CTE. We used to not get credit for graduation rates or post-secondary rates if they went into the military. I thought that was pretty ridiculous, and now that does count. So I think that if my stepson, he was not a book kind of a kid. So he went to Diesel Tech, and he'll make more money than I'll probably ever make. And I think that's pretty amazing. My son...
Is he ready for a job yet?
He is, yep, yes sir, he is.
No place.
Good, that's good, yeah, he's very good at what he does. And my son, that just graduated from Brush, he is not that way. And he's gonna go to Ames Community College to start with and do cybersecurity. So 2 very different kids, same mom, and have very different goals, but they've found pathways through their schooling to get them to where they want to be. So they'll both be competitive in the workforce.
What strategies would you use to maintain a positive school climate and culture that encourage creativity while meeting the academic needs of all students according to state standards?
I think that's kind of a knack of mine, is to build a positive school culture, and I seem to have done that through modeling, to have the highest standards of myself, and to hold other people to a high standard as well, but to be that role model. So I definitely walk the walk and talk the talk, there's no doubt about that. And as far as creativity, I believe in creating collective teacher efficacy. And I think that comes from a lot of trust and believing in what teachers can do, and then making sure that they believe in what they can do as a collective unit. I'm a big believer in transformational leadership. I've been the tip of the spear at times to help change a culture, but I've also led from the side and from behind when things are going well. I'm really big into PBIS, positive behavior interventions and supports, especially for like elementary school kids. That's highly effective. I really appreciated your incentive days. I thought that was a really, really awesome idea. I've known of other school districts that have tried that, and it doesn't really go off so well, but it sounds like you all have a really great system to maintain that positive school climate with the older kids, because I know motivation when you get to adolescence is a hard thing to come by at times. But yeah, going back to maintaining positive school climate and culture, I think just having that modeling for teachers and students. And again, I really do think that that's kind of my knack, is being able to talk to kiddos. And I really enjoyed talking to kids last night. That was great. I really loved the question from the little girl about a 4-day school week.
Please describe your leadership style and how it has been successful in your past experiences, including an example of how you came to successful conflict resolution. What would you improve about your leadership style?
I think my leadership style probably varies upon the situation. So I have seemed to have always taken leadership roles in schools that were in trouble. So transformational leadership was my strategy from the get-go. Whether they were, the leader of the building was let go at a hard time of the year and I stepped in, or whether the school was in turnaround, I've really leaned on transformational leadership, which is really getting your boots on the ground and working with different groups of people and being totally involved and not just delegating. That has really shown to be successful for me, particularly in the times when I've had to turn things around, which has been the last 3 districts I've been in, and it's been very enjoyable. I love a challenge. But then after that, once we get the flywheel effect going and things are moving, scores are good, we're celebrating little wins, and teachers have that efficacy and they feel really good about what they're doing and they're successful, then I try to use more of a distributive leadership style and I do more coaching than consulting. So I really lean on cognitive coaching after that, and I'm more of like a thought mediator or a thought partner for people instead of being more of a consultant. Successful conflict resolution, you know, to be quite honest with you, I've not had a ton of that. I think because it speaks to the climate and culture that I've been able to produce in my buildings. But when I have had conflict, it typically doesn't go very far. I think people who have worked with me know that I'm highly empathetic and I'm a listener, but there's a point in time when, you know, business is business. And to step in and to mediate conflict, to have a goal at the end that we will meet, and people are gonna compromise and come together and find that original reason why we're all here, and that's for kids. I think sometimes it's just a reminder that really resonates with educators or even our support staff if there's a conflict there, that we're here for really one reason. This building wasn't made for anything else but to educate kids. And once we kind of realign our visions and our reasons for being here, that really tends to de-escalate conflict and for people to be heard. I like to use the "you fill blank because blank." That simple statement really makes people de-escalate. It's pretty great. And you want blank to happen. Just those simple statements after listening to both sides of the conflict really, really de-escalates things, takes people out of an emotional state, puts them in a rational state, so we can come to a conclusion that's long-lasting.
Please present and give us an overview of your 90-day plan. And please emphasize the salient points within your plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can pass back the extras if you want.
I've only got 2. Is that okay? Thanks. Me. Thanks, sir. So the first 5 up at the top are kind of my key performance indicators. Those are very general and broad, but then I get specific and I talk about, I believe it was 10 points. So the first one being budget, and I know with superintendent start date and administrator start date, and teacher start date, I kind of reference those first 30 days from some of those benchmark timelines. So I mentioned the budget, facilities, technology, transportation, get to know student achievement as best as I can, faculty support and what's needed, student supports and what's needed, to learn the systems and organizational management. Community engagement is huge, and then my relationship with the school board.
Okay, I'll start with the next question. Give a detailed example of an innovative program you've established in the last 2 years and the process you used to establish it.
In the last 2 years, I think we've expanded our online learning program more. We've had more kids enroll in some of our online CDLS courses at Woodland. I've had kids take, this one just shocked me, Latin, super smart kid, programming, anatomy, psychology, business management, things like that. So I think that's really helped our kiddos. It's tough in a small rural school district to offer someone to offer a teacher who can teach Latin, or to even share somebody who teaches coding. We tried to work with Genoa Hugo, and that's worked out pretty well. But I think their coding teacher is leaving at the end of this year, so we're gonna have to find an alternative for that. I think another one has been my grant, and I know you guys have this too, the School Safe grant with the radios. It's kind of a funny story, I suppose. I went through that in Lamar, and I knew the folks who ran that grant, and that grant came across the email of my facilities manager. She was kind of working through that, and then I picked it up and I finished it and submitted it, and we ended up getting the grant, and we just finished up the training with that. But shortly after that, our entire BOCES decided that they wanted to do it, so they were stealing my application, I guess, but I thought that was flattering. I'll say that it was kind of flattering for them to do that. But that was a big deal for us, especially with how far away we are from any place. That was, I think our community certainly appreciated that. The process we used to establish it, we surveyed our kids to see what their interests were, so we could kind of hone in on that long list of CDLS offerings. Talked with parents, counselors worked with kids, worked with CDLS on pricing. They usually don't take the first offer. They usually come back with, well, let's see if we can get that down a little bit. You know, can you work with us on things? And then the other item I mentioned was filling out the grant, being successful with that. I've been very fortunate in the grants I've written have all been pretty successful, so I definitely enjoy grant writing.
Understanding that resources are limited, explain how you would establish an effective budget that maintains a variety of curricular and extracurricular programs for students, retain quality teachers, and ensure the district remains fiscally sound for the future.
It's the million-dollar question. I think prioritizing, as I mentioned in my 90-day plan, to definitely get familiar with the budget, and prioritizing student needs obviously first. Making sure that after that comes, and by students I mean making sure that high-risk kids have what they need, making sure that curriculums are up to date and trainings have been delivered. It looks like there's some piloting going on, so making sure that all that goes smoothly and that we can get that purchased if that's what the teachers feel that they need and administration feels that they need. After that, I would look towards facilities, and it sounds like there's a lot going on with facilities in the BEST grant, which is great. I have my fingers crossed for that. Maintaining quality staff, I think that definitely comes with the board's consideration of increasing pay if possible. However, as the question says, the resources are limited, and there are definitely other ways to create a place that teachers feel like they want to come, and to recruit and retain teachers. Remaining fiscally sound, I think it's just a massive responsibility for myself, business manager, and the school board to make sure that we aren't having to borrow Peter, rob Peter to pay Paul. I think that's really, really important to do. But making sure that we put kids first, and the teachers have what they need to continue the high academic achievement and accomplishments of our kids. Extracurricular programs are right up there with what students need. Sports programs, FBLA, FFA, big on fundraisers. I think that's great for kids to do, big on grants. I think it's smart to sit down and look at the budget and see what absolutely has to come out of general fund, Get creative with Title I funding, reap Title IV if possible, and then look at grants to fill in holes. And I know that's very controversial with rural schools because we don't have the big giant grant writing departments that other school districts have that we're competing with, but I think finding the right grant and having folks on board who are familiar with grant writing definitely helps.
Thank you. What strategies would you employ to attract and retain quality teachers, administrators, and support personnel?
Yeah, that's a great question. Answered this one a few times last night, so I'll kind of repeat it. I apologize if you heard it. Yeah, I had a lot of people ask me that. And I went back to what the data says. So the teachers take the TLCC survey once every 2 years, and that survey's been in place for several years, and the state gives it. And the data from the latest one, which was this last year, just came out. And the feedback from the teachers was that to stay where you're at or to go to a place that is trying to get you to go there, it isn't about the pay or the benefits. From the teachers' mouths, they said that it's about leadership. And it's about having a positive school culture and a positive climate, feeling safe, having the resources that they need, having the autonomy that they need to work their magic. So we have the science of teaching and the art of teaching. So to me that goes to teachers feeling like they want some more autonomy and build that efficacy around the art of teaching. So to me that's really where it is. We can offer longevity pay, we can offer signing bonuses, we can offer hard to fill money if it's there obviously. We can increase benefits, and we can show the teachers that we're looking to increase pay by bumping up the base when possible. But to really make sure that teachers stay here once we get them in and sell it, they really have to understand that that's how we do business, is that we have a positive climate and culture, students are held accountable, teachers, administrators, school board members, that they have the community support around them. I've been in different communities where I felt incredibly supported and had offers to go other places and just didn't want to leave. I had this conversation with my math teacher just last week when I drove a bus full of kids to the job fair in Agate. And we were sitting there while the kids were walking around and talking about Woodland, and she said, as a math teacher, she drives in from Byers every day, and she said, I could go a lot of places and make more money, but I don't want to. I love where I work, I love my kids, and I love the environment in which I work. And that was before I had read the survey results, so that really hit home to me. And I've been in places where teachers have really wanted to transfer. I've had a wait list. I had a wait list for about a semester in Lamar at Parkview Elementary. So people wanting to come over, trying to get them over. Really worked with folks who were retiring to let me know early if that was their choice, so I could get the best folks in the district to come over for our kiddos. So just to have that reputation, that word of mouth of this is a great place to be, come here and you're going to be here forever because you're going to want to be.
Can you give us an example of what compass you use in your personal and professional life, and what guides you as a leader?
Probably my upbringing. My grandpa was a judge, so that was kind of the household I grew up in. Do the right thing, do it when nobody's watching. That's having high morals and integrity, being a role model. My cousin was the Eagle Scout, I wasn't, but we definitely shared those kinds of philosophies in our family. My compass is, as I kind of mentioned to somebody last night when they asked me if I stick to my guns, I said if I can go to sleep at night, I know that I've done the right thing. If I can't sleep at night and I wonder if I made the right decision, then maybe I'm off my compass a bit. So making decisions that I feel are right for kids, having some common sense, using some empathy. I'm a pragmatist. I really look at every little side of the story and look at data, but also, the human condition. We work with people, and that people change all the time in different situations. So what guides me as a leader is really this, as I said before, this is all I've ever wanted to do. I've just always had that guiding force that I wanted to do what was best for kids and to help all kids, no matter where they were, whether it was that GT kid that needed an extra bump in his classwork or that kiddo who was living out of their car. and everywhere in between. In my personal life, I think it's the same thing, being a role model for my family, for my son. Those who met my wife last night knows that she's a straight shooter too, and she is very passionate about what she does. I think we're both passionate about things that are pretty worthy, that being education and leading and doing things that are tough. They don't hire us because it's easy or they want us to do the easy things. We're hired because they want us to do the tough things, and we know that, and that's really what guides us and drives us as educational leaders.
Tell us how you communicate with students, parents, taxpayers, and community leaders. Please describe your style and share specific details. How do you establish two-way communications?
Use a lot of, even though I despise it most of the time, use a lot of social media, website use a lot of YouTube videos. We actually get most of our kids from Brush. I have an MOU with Brush to go into their district and pick kids up, which is pretty wild. It was in place when I got there. So we send a bus to Brush. We send our big bus, and a lot of those parents in the past really didn't have any input because that's a long drive. People work. It's hard to get out to Woodland if you live in Brush or Fort Morgan. I have some kids from Log Lane even. So when I first got there, I decided that after school board meetings, I would have a parent night in Brush on my way back home to Fort Morgan. So that was pretty cool. I got to eat dinner different places, either in Fort Morgan or Brush, depending on where my parents wanted to meet. And I would have dinner with folks. Sometimes board members would come. That was pretty cool. I really enjoyed that. And they would give me feedback. They would give me feedback, and I'd take that back to our board if deemed so, and I would also take it back to our district accountability committee. But it was discussions around curriculum, rigor, extracurricular activities, and to be honest with you, it was always really positive. It was pretty great. I remember one question was, with such a small school, do you think the level of education is the same as a larger school? I'm like, absolutely, of course it is. So it was just things like that, somebody who hadn't been in a district that small, and that was lingering in their head. And I was able to answer it because I was reaching out to people I was going to where they were. In other places I've been to communicate with, so that's like the basic part, sending newsletters home. Kind of the maybe going above and beyond, like the Brush visits. When I was at Pioneer and I had a hard time getting hold of parents, I just walk to their house and drive to their house, knock on the door. If their kids didn't come to school, I'd walk across the street to the apartment complex and I'd pick their kid up before I did my morning recess duty. And by 3 or 4 weeks in, I had a bunch of little ducklings following me to school on time, and it was usually the kids that I had a hard time getting to school at all or on time. So reaching out to parents, being there, helping them out when they need it, especially little kids, they can't control those kinds of things, so it was just, a support, but to communicate to parents about the resources that were out there available to them. I got one family hooked up with a family coach to come over and show the mom how to do laundry, how to make a budget, which groceries to buy as opposed to other things at the grocery store. So that was that definitely two-way communication when you're sitting across the table from somebody eating chicken wings, or you're knocking on their door asking them, is your kiddo ready and how else can I help you? Is the coach coming today, or your place looks great? Or knowing that the place didn't look great and this kiddo may need some more support during the day. So I definitely cover all my bases with the more traditional ways of communicating, but if I have to, I'll certainly go knocking on doors and grabbing kiddos and meeting parents where they are. And I think the taxpayers see that too. They see me in the community with a bunch of little kids behind me, and they know that if they need something, I'm there. Especially in Fort Morgan, I have a large Somali and Nigerian population. I was boss man all the time. So that was pretty cool that people would yell out, "Hey, boss man," and I'd wave with all my little kids behind them. Their kids were already at school. We were running a little late sometimes, but I think just, again, that modeling behavior being seen all the time, knowing that eventually, hey, that's the superintendent when we're meeting for dinner. I think that means a lot to all stakeholders.
Describe the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent and the Board of Education in forming an effective leadership team.
I think that we would need to be a team of 8. That's how I approached my first superintendency. We're a team of 6. There's a lot of trust there, which I really appreciate. There's a lot of transparency. It was very difficult to tell them I was applying somewhere else. That was a really hard conversation. So I think I've been able to form an effective leadership team just by the board seeing my dedication, knowing that I'm always going to show up and be there, and whatever I need to do to help, I'm going to do it, whether it's running the scoreboard, whether it's jumping in middle school game to ref, whether it's driving a bus, or if it's in the boardroom presenting a budget or presenting a hot topic kind of a thing that we need to work through. I think communicating, I definitely give updates every week. Every Monday I send out an email and then I send a text saying that the email's been sent. Some weeks are pretty light and we just send a text. Other weeks it's an email with some key points, nothing that the board is required to, or I don't ever expect the board to get back to me. If you have questions, always, open door, but helps keep that sunshine law intact. I have my email set up, it's just blank carbon copies, so everybody gets their own individual email. I also have my phone set up to where once I send out a mass text, if you get back to me, nobody else sees it but me. So just putting those precautions in place so we can openly communicate and everybody can feel comfortable communicating, not have to worry about somebody wanting to charge us $3,500 because we broke the law. So I definitely, do my best to keep our school board and myself out of hot water like that because I want to communicate with folks. And I think that builds a lot of trust in an effective leadership team. And I think just having a good fit, and that's kind of up to you all. Is it a good fit? I know you've vetted me, I vetted you. I feel like it's a good fit, and hopefully you do as well. And if that is the case, then that just should happen naturally if it's a good fit. I know that's a big part of it.
Are there ways the school district can increase state funding for special education, vocational education, general programs, and others?
Right now I think, and it's an unfortunate, frustrating thing for me to say, but right now grants are probably the way to go. I know the school formula just changed, and that's gonna affect budgets. It should affect rural schools in a positive way. I haven't looked at what the projections are for Haxtun, but I know where I'm at now. We should see about a 3% increase on top of the rural funding that's going to be built in from now on, or so they say. So I think that looking ahead with the BS factor being eliminated is a positive thing. We should start seeing a little more money coming into the district from state collections. The special education, that factor has increased in the formula. It's now student-based funding times 0.25, which is more than it's been, and it's at the very front of the formula now. Vocational education, I really think the BEST grant is an awesome big chunk. That's a big bite. I think that could make a huge difference. Looking at grants, making sure that CTE things are properly taken care of and we get those rebates and refunds and those Perkins dollars. Again, general programs, others, I would probably say, I hate to say fundraising a ton because a community can only do so much, and this seems like an incredibly giving community, but I would never want to get the school district in a position where it's like, yeah, we bought candy bars, pies, tumblers, and that, and I'm buying a card from the football team now, and I know that can be a lot, but I think just being very frugal, very responsible, understanding that there is a finite amount of money and we really only have one revenue stream that counts, and that's our per pupil revenue. And all the rest that we can get out there and hustle for just helps our general fund. For example, we got a grant, another school safety grant that I helped write, and it's for a couple $100,000. We're going to make an enclosure in between our two buildings. So it doesn't touch our general fund. We may have some extra supplies that we can put toward one of our units that'll help general fund. We've written a lot of little safety things into that grant. We got a lot of our old tile recarpeted, and that just came through a grant. So none of that touched our general fund. So I think being creative with title dollars as well and reaping that Title IV if it's appropriate is definitely a big help. But increasing state funding really is getting more kids. Trying to hustle out there, making our name known. I always call little districts like the jewels of the plains, making sure that we stand out among the others.
Two-part question here. What does the research tell you about the use of technology in the classroom, and how do you feel about a cell phone ban?
I think that research has its place, or I'm sorry, technology has its place. I know that research tells us that, well, I don't really know if I have to quote any research necessarily, it's just the way of the world. Things are moving in a technological wave that's always ahead of us, it seems like. I always feel like we're training kids for jobs that don't really even exist yet. And a lot of those jobs are going to be around technology and cybersecurity and things like that. I don't think that there's any replacement for a teacher in a classroom. I just don't, and I never will. Somebody asked me about hills I die on last night, and I said, well, a lot of times the superintendent doesn't get to pick the hill that he dies on, the hill picks him sometimes. But that'll always be something that I preach, is that technology, definitely, we need it. Kids need to be proficient with it. But they need to learn the right kind of technology. Just a little informal experiment I did once. I asked a group of 5th graders in my computer lab if they could save a Word document to a flash drive, and none of them could do it. But they can use Snapchat, like Pro, and use it for good or for evil. But they have to learn the right things. They have to learn the right technological subjects or areas they need to, like, but not very many kids know how to use Google Docs proficiently, and ways to present. So technology definitely has its place, but I don't think that, I've never known of a teacher, and I'll include myself, that can be more effective with a smart board compared to a whiteboard. I just don't, and that's something that I've always believed in. It's that teacher to student connection that really makes kids learn and retain and grow, but it definitely has its place. I am not a fan of cell phones in classrooms at all. It really puts kids at risk, to be honest. It's obviously a big distraction. I know that when my phone beeps, I have this incredible urge to check it. And if you really thought about it, you probably all do too, just to be honest. That it's so distracting for kids. You know, kids want to see who liked their post. They want to see who snapped them back. They have to see it. Research does show that it is an addiction. And I don't think that it has much of a place in school. I know for emergency's sake, a lot of parents who want cell phones and kids who want cell phones will go back to like a school shooting, mass shooting scenario, which is absolutely horrible. But that can also be a detriment too. So I can talk to somebody and debate on the safety of cell phones and if it increases safety in schools, but I do not believe that there's a place for cell phones in the classroom. And then to get into the expectation of, well, have them off or have them on mute, that for a lot of kids that's just hard, and it doesn't make them bad kids at all. It's just really, really hard for them to not check that phone. So a ban, that's a tricky one. I've seen that backfire sometimes, and it creates more of a distraction than a cell phone might. So I think it has to be well thought out. I think there needs to be some initial buy-in from the kids and the parents before a district would even want to implement a cell phone ban. It would definitely need to be done in a really logical, pragmatic way that makes sense. Right now, our cell phone policy is the kids put their cell phones in a little pouch when they get to school. They can come and use the phone, and it stays in front of the office. They can come and use the phone during passing periods. If they're eligible, they get it during lunchtime. It goes back after lunch. But, you know, I mean, even on a bus, I've had issues, not in my current district, but I've had issues with kids on a bus using a cell phone, and it was not good. Kids make mistakes. I always tell parents that, you You know, there's a reason why we don't drive until we're about 16, right? The executive function up here in the front of our brain tells us that we're just not ready for that yet. We can get into the debate of voting. You know, but you know, you're just not ready to make those kinds of decisions, you know, to serve our country. There's an age limit. You're just not ready to make those kinds of decisions yet until, you know, we know from research that you're ready. Same with cell phones. I mean, I know some adults that don't use them very well. So we know that kids aren't going to use them very well all the time. Kind of brings me to the thought of AI, but we'll skip that one for now.
Well, thank you for that. How would you work with legislators to positively impact educational issues that affect this school district?
I think that really advocating for rural education is a passion of mine. There's no doubt about it. I've always wanted to work in rural schools, and I always have. But I think being in the superintendent position, that's a big part of it, is to really lobby for not only our school district, but for rural education as a whole. I think rural educators, rural school districts, they really need to band together, stick together. I know sometimes you get into some feuds. I get that, big rivalries, but we really need to take care of each other. And I think that as a group of superintendents, rural superintendents, really lobbying and advocating, and me doing my part to have people understand what it's like to be in a rural school district. A lot of the laws that were up this legislative session, they just made absolutely no sense for rural school districts. Nothing. The Front Range drives the politics in this state. There's no doubt about that. And we're all left in the dust unless we stick up for ourselves. And if hopefully we can get to know each other, you'll find out that I definitely stick up for myself, and I stick up for my family, and my school district is my family. And I don't like that, you know, there was this idea, just for example, of not being able to have armed school security. That doesn't work for every district, but it works for Woodland. And to tie my board's hands, you know, it seems like local control is just eroding before our eyes, and it's really incredibly disappointing. So working with legislators, finding lobbyists, working some relationships that I have up there, trying to get it in, is definitely high on my priority list when it comes to doing what's best for rural school districts. And I say that as a very broad term. We all have to stick together and fight for it.
Thank you.
In the area of student discipline, what is your position on zero tolerance policies?
Good question. Boy, that pendulum has really swung. Seems like when Columbine happened, zero tolerance policies were in place, and that lasted for a while. And then the whole education community kind of saw that zero tolerance didn't really quite work. And I know now that we're kind of going back to that again. I know like states like Kansas and Kentucky have passed zero tolerance laws where they just don't put up with much of anything. I mean, it's immediate suspension, expulsion, and that's state law in some states. I am not a huge fan of zero tolerance policies, but I understand that there's a place for them, particularly when there are really egregious things that happen. I mean, policy spells that out for us. But for minor infractions, I enjoy working with kids. I enjoy turning things around for kids. I would definitely follow the district behavioral matrix. I think that makes sense. A lot of them don't that I've seen, and I've changed several of them over my years, but I really, really like Haxtun's. I like to get parents involved. I think zero tolerance cuts parents out. To give the call and say, hey, your kid's out for 3 days, that's just it. Working with parents, having conversations, meetings, checking in with them again in another 2 weeks to see how things are going. Typically when kids misbehave at school, I hear parents say, well, I'm seeing that at home too. So having that partnership with parents, I think, really eliminates even the consideration for zero tolerance, but there is definitely a place for it. That was a question last night, do you flake? It's like, nope, I don't flake. If I say this is going to happen, this is what's going to happen. But it needs to make sense for kids. I think if I were a kid living in a zero tolerance world, I think if I were to break a rule, I would worry that the punishment wouldn't make sense. I think it has to make sense, and I think by and large, the discipline matrix at Haxtun makes sense. But it definitely needs to make sense. I'm a big believer in love and logic, and that I know some people kind of turn their nose at it. There are some parts of it that are a little too touchy-feely for me, but having that relationship with kids and empathy, I definitely pull from that, and I've kept that in me as I deal with behavioral issues. And then it just seems like zero tolerance isn't even something that's needed.
Well, if my wife's watching, you just want her with the love and logic things.
That can be a tricky one for sure.
Is there anything else you would like to share with the board, or a question that you'd like to answer that we didn't ask?
I had a few questions from last night that I was asked from some kids, and I just wanted to run them by you. I'm not looking for answers by any means, but technology. One student asked about the lack of online options. So that's something I'd like to dig into. Again, not looking for an answer by any means, but just a lack of online options. And this could just be student specific, I get that. But I heard it twice, so I thought I'd maybe bring that up. I did have one teacher ask about paras and the fact that she really, really likes paras. She felt like it wasn't a para-heavy district, but really, really likes having paraprofessionals in the room, and we talked about how we utilize them to the best of our ability, make them efficient and effective. So I think she was appreciative of that. And another one was more than one extracurricular activity per week, and I had read that in the athletic handbook. The discussion I had with the young man was it makes sense if you've got track and baseball in the same week. Like, I understand the motivation for that, and I told him I'd have to do some homework on it to give him the best possible answer. But he did bring up a very interesting rationale for why it should be allowed for some kids if they've got wonderful grades, but they want to do FBLA, FFA, and maybe play a sport on a 4-day week. I know time is incredibly valuable, but if they're going to be gone for maybe 2 days, maybe even 3 out of a week, but they're exercising their leadership skills and growing as a student, I told them that it sounded like it would be something that I would think would be acceptable, but I don't know all the behind the scenes kinds of things that have been going on. So I said, I'm not here to make any promises tonight, but I sure appreciate the feedback, and I'll ask that question if I get a chance. And then of course the Title IX question was asked a couple times to me last night. So I know this would be a down the road question, but how do we as a team of 8 feel about that? Other than that, I really don't have any questions. I feel like I've done my homework. I've vetted quite a few things, looked at the budget online, looked at your SPFs, I've looked at your MTSS strategic plans for the elementary, the junior, senior high school, the district plan. I've looked at the plan, the superintendent and board roles, communication norms. I think that's wonderful that that's all spelled out. Looked at school performance frameworks and seen some things that I might want to dig into a bit, but overall academics, very solid, achievement in particular. Really, really liked the questions last night. My wife felt incredibly welcomed by everybody. We talked about that on the way home in between bites of jerky. So yeah, and she did tell me she wanted me to share this with you, that somebody had asked if she'd be interested in working in Haxtun, and she said absolutely if the right opportunity came along. She's in a good place now, but she makes any place good that she's in. So yeah, she's awesome, and I certainly want her. We both really respected each other's careers over the years. When I first met her, I was teaching in Lamar, and one of my teachers actually introduced us, and she was driving. We couldn't find anything for her in Lamar, so she was driving from Lamar to Cheyenne Wells every day, and that's on a dirt road, an hour drive, much like this would be for me. But she did that for a year and totaled her Kia with a jackrabbit of all things. But she was a trooper for me and for us, and I definitely want to make sure that we always honor that in each other's careers. I think that's pretty important for both of us.
Very good. Answering kind of the first one you asked about the lack of online, I feel like we're really building that up. Amanda, do you want to kind of address it? I feel like with the college credits and stuff
I
that's
do.
available?
I feel like we're making rounds. We are always open to the idea of other options that might be out there that we're not aware of though. So, but the more opportunities we can give the students is what we're wanting to do.
Yeah, and a student had told me that he'd taken Japanese. And I said, boy, I don't know where I'd find a Japanese teacher. That's awesome that you got that opportunity online.
Well,
So
I
yeah,
feel
they
like-
said that they've had some success with it.
Yeah, and I feel like our teachers are really stepping up and doing some of those concurrent classes too within our school.
Good.
And providing that, don't you think?
And that will be increasing next year.
Yes, yeah.
That's
Some of that's a budget issue.
Sure, yeah, and I had mentioned that too. I said, you know, those classes are spendy. Now, we all know that those classes cost less than a teacher and benefits, but they still cost.
Right.
When you've got teachers with benefits fully staffed, so I totally understand that. Yeah, yep, totally understand that.
Yeah, and some of the other stuff that you had asked too. It's kind of like the paras in the classroom. Yeah, we'd love to have that, but again, it's budget. I mean, we get paras when we need them, so.
Yeah, and that's what the teacher said. She said, I totally understand it's budgetary, and she goes, I just want you to want to know your philosophy about paraprofessionals. I told her, well, my wife started as a paraprofessional in a high needs autism classroom in Fort Collins. And then she went back to work as a single mom with 3 kids, and she got her degree, and she became a teacher, and now she's where she, the rest is history. So I told her, if I didn't like paras, I'd be sleeping on the couch. She used to be a para. And this is, this is where it's landed her, so she's really proud of that too. So yeah, definitely appreciate having paras. But even the teacher understood that if things need to contract a bit, that would be something that would be looked at first.
Yes.
Or close to first.
Very good. I'm going to ask the board, any other questions you guys want to ask Aaron?
Yeah, I had a question. What have you done in the past for professional development for your teachers and staff in Woodland? Or what's your thoughts around that?
Yep, so I've given a lot. I'm a trainer for PsyOp and for Step Up. I've reached out to CDE at no cost. I utilize our BOCEs. I've had, when I feel like that collective teacher efficacy is to a point where it's appropriate, I'll have teachers sign up to do little symposiums. It's amazing how much knowledge there is under one roof, and teachers look out, which I do too, teachers look out to somewhere else, and they should get it if they need it. But teachers also, I feel, need to understand, and administrators too, that there's a lot of knowledge to share, and a lot of times we just don't do it. So those have been the routes I've taken and found to be successful.
Thanks.
Any questions?
Amy, I had a question.
Go for it.
Aaron, if offered the position of superintendent in our school district, please describe the timeline in your eyes for you and your wife to relocate into our community. Also with the thought that, being understanding of time and housing situations and all that we would potentially offer that candidate.
I would say within a year. I would hope that there was some understanding that jumping into a brand new position and moving, that's a very long process. I really want to be focused on the job first, and while we look at places. But to feel like we need to just buy a place July 1, while hopefully being here as much as possible between like now and then. I would hope that the understanding would be that I want to do the best job I can, and within a year we would be in the area.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, one question I had. A couple of people asked me that last night, and they were very impressed with you, and they thought that you were pretty knowledgeable, and they were worried that Haxtun was a stepping stone.
Yep, I got asked that too, yeah. I got asked that, and then someone asked if I'd retire here. And I said, I would retire here. That this is, again, it's the job and the place. That's the only reason that I've applied here. I've not applied anywhere else. This is just a special place. I've been in other places, I think, not too many, but just enough to understand what's really valuable in a community. And Haxtun has it. It just does. It's hard to describe it. But there's just that feeling of community and support, and that means a lot. I think what the teachers had said in that survey also applies to administrators. To have that support from the community, from the board, that trust, to see someone at the grocery store and not turn the cart around, to want to go up and say hi and not think you're going to get jumped for something that, you know, is way on the horizon, but just to say hi and visit and maybe share some concerns or feedback. That's always welcome, but this would not be a stepping stone for us by any means. My wife is very happy in this area, I'm happy in this area, and this seems to be like the place to be.
Anybody else? Okay. Our last question is, what do you have questions for us? I know you kind of put some in that question right above, but is there anything else you have questions for us?
I don't. I, again, think I vetted some things pretty well and got some really awesome feedback, and the conversations last night were great. I really had a fun time. That was good. So thank you for that opportunity. I really appreciate that.
Good. All right, well, we're going to send you over to the school to do a tour with a couple of our high school kids.
Sounds good?
I think he gets the tours first.
No, I think he's going to,